junta o squad e corre pra lutear. Faz o ruchão do imba e acorda pra matar. Descarregando pente no frente, tu foi solado. Distribuindo kill, a vitória pro nosso lado.
Mapa na tela, avião voando!
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Edition here for 2022 in Brazil. My name is Avenger and I am joined by Frost. Yesterday, Frost, we had some absolutely crazy games to start our league off with, and we're going to be jumping right back at it today again. How are you doing?
Oh, all good. I mean, yeah, indeed, we had some crazy games yesterday. It's been kind of a follow-up from the qualifiers, I feel like, with bad playing paths, really bad circles sometimes. But, you know, for us, for everybody watching, it's just great because that always makes it into good games.
Yeah, these kind of curveball circles, curveball endings is always nice to see, and we had some pretty spicy ones yesterday. Hopefully we can get some more today as well. Let's take a look at the overall standings, how they shaped up after just 5 games yesterday. We have the total of 15 games in the weekend, where we're going to be playing 5 more today and 5 more tomorrow. And yesterday, Frost, Rise had an absolutely insane day.
Oh yeah, totally. Even though they bombed out on the last game, remember, they got 0 points from that one. They got 16 plays, 0 kills, but they still managed to grab themselves 81 points, and that is from only getting 1 chicken dinner. So that means that they actually got themselves 16.2 points per game. That is just a huge amount of points that they're gaining.
Yeah, and our middle pack is quite big, even with the teams that have done somewhat well, can easily jump into that top 3 and take it away from any of the teams if you have a really good game here to begin with. But on our bottom half of the leaderboard, INTC and Flamingo unfortunately didn't have that good of games for us.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad, but hey, it's just the first day, right? We still have today, we have tomorrow as well, so there's only 1/3 of the games that are played so far, and that is only for this league day, like this league weekend itself. We're gonna have 2 more league weekends coming up as well, so I mean, it's all about grabbing as many points as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously the game yesterday was super intense. We also had a replay of the second game with Miramar. That's why INTC is only at 9 points. They actually won that second game, but due to the players requesting for it to be replayed, everybody accepted, and it got replayed for that one. In general, some of the replays from yesterday, this was the one that Quick Revenge actually managed to push out and do super well against Rise for us.
Oh yeah, it was just amazing to see what Quick Revenge was able to do on this game alone. They were able to basically play by the book. They were just taking easy, and they were making sure that all the other teams were fighting each other. They got behind Rise and basically pinched them together with the other teams, took care of the Rise, which was like the biggest threat throughout the whole day, right? But then again, it was just an easy win for them from the look of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately didn't have 2 good games after that. They actually only managed to get, I think, 1 or 2 points, 3 points after that game. And this was the game that INTC won. They managed to play super well in this game, but this game was remade. But they had so many kills, was able to execute super well in the game. But Black Dragons tried to make a play out of it, but didn't really win it out. But it came down to 1 versus 1 in the end for us.
Yeah, I mean, for the other games, it didn't do too well, INTC that is. But on the other hand, if you look at it, how they were playing out this game, how they were able to clutch it out in the end as well, it shows you they have the potential to be up there, to be further up on the leaderboard, and they should be further up. We want them to be there. We expect them to be further up. So hopefully we'll see that today.
Yeah, and obviously with 5 more games coming over, we're playing 3 Wrangle again, 1 Miramar and 1 Sanok Frost. And obviously we had a lot of teams that are playing extremely well throughout the qualifications, and especially also on the Wrangle. Any expectations to what we are going to see from the teams now that they have had time to look at the games yesterday, and what can they apply to the games today?
I mean, if you talk about Erangel, there's no way we're not talking about Rise, right? They got themselves a first, a second, and a third place on 3 games that we played on Erangel yesterday. But you still have some other teams that, of course, is really good on Erangel. And I mean, we talked about them coming in from the qualifiers. You have Inco and you have Black Dragons that basically got themselves top 4 every game, more or less, on Erangel itself. So that is very important. But yesterday, that's not what we really saw from them. And I mean, Inco had 2 top 5 placements, but they didn't have too many kills to back it up with. Meanwhile, if you look at Black Dragons, it looked a little bit better in terms of towards the end. But before, like, the last 2 games, I think it was a little bit of a rough path for Black Dragons. But they ended on good notes, and that is always a good way to start things off with coming into today.
Right, let's take a little head-to-head here of some of our MVPs after the 5 games yesterday. 2 of our really standout players, Federal yesterday with an absolutely insane game for himself, and Vero, one of the top players, or the top player, I should say, from Alpha 7 for us. What do you think about these 2?
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 is currently sitting on a 6th place. It's solid, but it's not really that good. But at the same time, we keep on seeing Rebel up there, even on games that they basically totally bomb out on. Rebel is always going to be somewhere in the MVPs in terms of the kills, damage, or assists. Same thing with Federal, but the thing with Federal is that he also pops off on those games when they're actually winning, and we saw Influence Rage do really good yesterday, and I mean, they're currently sitting on 4th place, so it's real nice. And it was on the last Miramar game, right? We saw Federal. Right. How many kills did he have on that one?
10 or 11,
kills.
I think.
Yeah, 10 kills, double digits. That is just insane.
Yeah, it was really good to see for Influence Rage how they were able to play around that, and in general how they're able to play so far. Influence Rage sitting on 4th place overall for us here, and they could take it a good chunk of the way here with the performance that they had just yesterday. If they're able to kind of copy that, then they're going to be looking super good for the league play here. We're going to be taking a look at the match schedule as we're talking about. We're playing 3 Wrangle, 1 Miramar, and 1 Sanok. We're starting off with the Wrangle, of course, and we're jumping over to Miramars for us.
And I mean, Erangel is the bread and butter, but a lot of the teams, they're better on a map like Miramar, and some teams, well, most Sanok is still a wild card.
Right.
It's not any team that has been like doing really much better. Of course, we have some teams that have won 2 games during the qualifiers on Sanok when we played a little bit more of it. But at the same time, it is very even. Like, if you look at it statistically, way all the teams are getting kind of the same amount of points. But the big cutoff is, of course, Erangel, where we're playing 3 games every day. So you need to make sure that your games is on point on that map.
All right, so with Sanok, do you think we're going to see any spicy things, some hot drops, some contests, or is it just like, obviously, as you say here, it's a wildcard map, right? Anything can happen, but it's always interesting to see if some teams kind of change things after what we saw yesterday. And, you know, with Alpha 7, how they were able to play on Sanok, we could see some changes.
I mean, I don't think we're going to see any changes. Like yesterday, going into Sanok, we had the bootcamp hot drop, right, between Influence Rage and Alpha 7. But what we saw there was actually Influence Rage, we're pretty far up on the leaderboard. Alpha 7 was pretty far down, but Alpha 7 still tried to go for the hot drop. They know it's just one map, and if they can take control over that, it's really good for them. And basically, so far, playing in the qualifiers, it's been mostly Influence Rage that have won every fight there on that hot drop itself. Until yesterday, basically, where Alpha 7 just wiped them out cleanly. Didn't lose a single player. Got out with 4 points, 4 players left alive, and just kept on playing the game.
Right. And once we get on to Erangel and Miramar, of course, it's going to be a whole different case here. We're going to be seeing a lot of rotations, and I think from what we saw yesterday for us, there was a lot of passive play style in the first couple of circles. Not that, I mean, look, some teams obviously did play center, but not that many teams was center, and we saw a lot of teams actually hanging around the edge, especially in second and third circle.
Yeah, I think that is something that might change up a little bit. Not too much, but coming into today, now the teams have had a full day of preparations. They can look at, okay, what teams are doing what and how can we stop them, especially if they're in your way in terms of your rotation paths, or they're looting in a spot where you want to loot, or they're playing from a spot in certain circles where you like to play from. Then you might want to do something about that. and you can start seeing patterns of some of the teams where they drop when they start rotating, what way they rotate from. And I mean, if you can set up a trap, you might be able to basically get a kill or two and cripple that team, and from there on it's going to be easy if you want to crash them on that spot that you know that they like to play later on.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be super interesting to see if some of those, splits are being punished and how that is going on as well. But of course, we want to thank you so much to our sponsor, Realme, here for joining us here for PMPL Spring 2022 in Brazil. Super thankful to have you guys on board for this one here. And let's talk a little bit about our predictions for today. Do you think we're going to have any, repeat winners? Are we going to have any two-time chicken dinner so far when we come to the league play here for us?
I feel like there's a high chance we'll see that. Seeing teams like Rise and Intense Game and how they were playing yesterday, and Intense Game again, like they're coming in from the qualifiers, getting into the PMPL Brazil here, so they've had a little bit of a rougher road compared to some of the other teams who actually got there through the season 2 and they got invited back here. Now with that in mind, that means that they got some extra practice, and it seems like it's been turning out pretty good for them, because they've just been becoming better and better here. And yeah, I hope we can see even more from them today.
All right, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards again for us and talk a little bit about that before we jump into our first game. We're going to be about 5 to 6 minutes out from the first game. And again, Rise yesterday had a really, really good showing. But one of the teams that did really well, Intense Game as well for us, was one of the teams that you were talking about that they're super impressive because they're coming out from these qualifiers for us.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty amazing, right? When you have a team like that coming in and basically doing this well, especially against some of the teams like Alpha 7, Loops, that we've seen do really, really good. Loops was basically dominating last week in the qualifier, while Alpha 7 is a staple of this region, right? We've seen them do really good on the international stage. Of course, you have some other teams as well that should be mentioned when we're talking about that. Teams like Black Dragons and Rise Esports has also been pretty high up in the PMGCs and stuff like that. But meanwhile, Intense Game, they're coming from the qualifiers, being able to put up the numbers, being able to put themselves up there. After day 1, of course, we can see them here, 61 points, second place. That is not short of anything but great work from them. And yeah, as I said, I want to see them keep that up for today, for tomorrow, and like keep on going like this, because there's so much potential in this team from the look of it.
Right, and then obviously with we saw Honored Souls win the first game of our qualifiers. We saw some good stuff from them, but they are part of this middle pack here for us. But to me, it felt like they were going to be one of the teams that we could actually see a lot more from. Like we saw some really good decision making. They were playing together as a group. They were making good pushes together as a full unit. And with them only being on, or with them being on 38 points, they are only 10, 20 points away from jumping straight into that top 3. So it just talks to how close our leaderboard really is.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree on that. And what we've seen from them so far is that a lot of times they try to make the best decisions, but sometimes they make a bad decision. And from that bad decision, what we see is basically they lose a player or two, and from there on, it goes a little bit downhill. But if they can just like turn that around, make sure that they make a little bit better on the decisions, we're probably going to see them jump up on the leaderboard for sure.
All right, good to see as well. Let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, and just to remind you guys how the standings are before we get into the game here. We're about 4 minutes out before we start our first game of the day. Quick Revenge was the first winner on a wrangle for us, but as we're talking about, they did not get too much out of the rest of the day. We're actually not going to be able to talk too much about them because they had a really, really rough performance after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rough, right? Seeing them getting that many points in the first game and then just bombing it out. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter if you can be able to put up a game like the first game they had. If they start off today as well with a win and stuff like that, like yesterday, they can still do bad in the other games. But what we want to see, of course, is the consistency of teams. So you want to make sure that those bad games are not going to be down there by 0, 1, or 2 points. You want to see the bad games be like 3, 4 points. That means that you're always going to be averaging a little bit higher, and that's the whole goal of this.
And from INTC, their case was they were able to play extremely well on the Miramar game that had to be replayed. And what we saw from them in that case is just like they are able to do so much better than what they're looking at right now. Like 9 points in 5 games is absolutely not what we're expecting from these guys. They were in a case where they were able to play and push aggressively on so many teams, stay 3 guys alive for a super long time. and we're expecting them to be around the top 10 at least for us.
Yeah, definitely expect them to be on the top 10. But one of the things with them is that I feel like they're over-rotating a lot of times, and they're trying to like go for the perfect position in every circle. And when you try to do that, what actually happens is that you're rotating a lot, you're losing out on spots, and then we have a hard shift happening, and you're suddenly in a not such a good spot anymore. But if you could have stayed in your old spot, you might have been in a better one to play it out from. And this is the thing that you need to get the experience of feeling, okay, what is the perfect gameplay for us? How should we be playing this out? And how much should we actually spend on rotating? Or should we just like try to fight our way in? Should we do a long rotation around if we see a hard shift? So you get around on the side where it's going to be least amount of teams and people playing from.
And then we saw our underdog story from the qualifiers that managed to qualify in the very last game. Shocks, that was only on 11 points. You had them kind of as your underdog yesterday. We're both, I guess, hoping to see them do better today here, because they need to step it up just a little bit and show us what they're actually able to do. Those clutches that are able to do in the last parts of the qualifying stage. That's what we want to see here in the league play as well for us.
Yeah, it feels like they're a team that like plays a little bit better when they have a lot of pressure on them. That's kind of what we saw in the qualifier. They had a lot of pressure going into last game. They knew that they needed a really good placement and a lot of points to be able to qualify. They got himself a second place with 10 kills on that one, and despite having 2 members down almost in like early to mid game. And being able to do such a thing with 2 members down and having that pressure, that amount of pressure on you is really good. But you need to replicate that kind of results when you don't have the pressure on you as well, or it's just gonna be like a case of you're just gonna be middling around towards the bottom and just barely making it, and that's not where they should be.
All right, let's take a look at Wrangle here. Obviously, we're gonna have a short intro for it. And Wrangle is obviously the bread and butter of PUBG for us. This is the most played map. We're playing 9 out of the 15 games in this weekend. It's going to be Wrangle. And we're expecting them to play like we've seen yesterday. But the changes that we could hope to see, is that what we were talking about earlier is that punishing these splits here, because a lot of the teams that are playing center are playing those 1-1-1-2 splits, or a full 4-way 1 split, or 2-2 splits where a full team could pull up easily.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll have to see what's gonna happen there. We got the first game here, first plane. We're gonna come in from the southwestern side from Primorsk and going up towards Stalber and Kameshki. Now, looking at this, it's a great plane to start off with because it's going through the middle. That means that everybody's basically gonna be able to jump where they want. Now, of course, some teams are gonna try to adapt themselves and maybe jump for a secondary spot that is maybe in the early stage of the plane. That means that you're gonna get to the ground quicker. You can start looting up quicker, and you can start rotating quicker once the circle hits. Basically, you could be on rotation already when the circle starts hitting, and the last team that jumps out of its plane is still in the air.
Yeah, exactly. And while we see the plane path coming over across here, super good planers we're talking about, we could see some contests maybe here. We are in a case where we have some of the teams that are playing in the good spots that haven't had too good of a game yet. Art of Battle is one of them. They have 23 points only, and if somebody wants to take Pachinki away from them, it would be a decent time to do so if you're already in a really good spot and feeling super confident about the remainder of your games. But let's see what's happening with that. A lot of teams decide to kind of go out in the area around ES9 and spread out there, and most of the teams can actually reach by far their favorite locations. Nobody is contesting ES9 by the look of things, and we're going to have a really easy circle here to begin with for us.
A really decent first circle as well. It's going to be pretty centered up on the map itself, which means that there's going to be a lot of space to play. Hard to tell exactly where it's going to be going. I can tell you with most certainly that it's not going to be on Mill Island. That we can probably say, because there's probably like 5% landmass in there. So it would require like every circle just hard shift down to south.
All right, exactly. All right, we will keep trying to get the guys in the car and like, honk, get in here. I want to see you guys.
Stop looting. I'm waiting here.
Well, let's go to the better loot spot. There's literally hospitals, South George, everything over here that's 10 times better. We want to get to that immediately. And Out of Battle is going to be chilling all by themselves in Pachinki, and no one contesting them. It's good to see that they're able to play chill like they want to, and take some of those prio positions.
I want to see more from this team, though. Being able to loot a place like Pachinki, it's the center of the map. no matter where the plane is, you're always going to reach this. You're always going to be towards the center, which means you're always going to have a pretty decent rotation into the first circle at least, and choose where you want to be playing from. But so far, I feel like we haven't seen the full potential of Art of Battle, especially not on Erangel itself. And you should be able to utilize that you have the greatest looting spot and be able to create something good out of it.
Yeah, for sure, indeed. We hopefully could see some more stuff from them. And they will be pushing into that. Alpha 7 here, one of the teams that we're expecting great things for us. They are currently at 47 points. Super, super close in our top. They could have been third place with just 5 more points easily. And there would have been a different case for them in terms of that. But we're expecting them to be up there and be contesting Rise, be contesting Intense Game, and being up there in the top 3 easily for what we have seen from them so far in their previous results and achievements.
Yeah, and we know that they're really good killers, right? They're second on overall kills right now with 30 kills. The only one above them is Rise with 43, which is, it's just insane how much more they have. But the 30 is still a very high number. And when it comes down to like just playing 5 games, that means that you're basically killing 6 people or getting 6 kills per game. And that is pretty good. That means at least 6 points per game is gathered from kills alone. And it is really good, right? No matter if you're going to go out early, if you go out on, let's say you go out on 15th place, but you killed 6 people from different teams. So you're still getting at least 6 points. And usually that would mean that you're on the top half of the leaderboard for that map itself.
Yeah, exactly. Now we see Rise in the school and apartment area. Number 1 in kills overall. This is including our qualifying stage as well. Only number 6 in total survive time. And that obviously talks to how efficient they are at getting those kills, getting that damage, and having really good games when it matters.
I think, it probably dragged them a lot. Dying first yesterday on our last game on Miramar.
Yeah, that as well.
I mean, except for that, like, it's just impressive the numbers that they're putting up, especially here on Erangel. First game yesterday, they had third place with 8 kills. Second game, first place with 19 kills. The third Erangel game, they had a second place with 9 kills. It's like, what are those numbers?
Yeah, that's actually crazy, right? Their consistency in Erangel, a first, a second, and a third with kills to boot as well. Good to see from these guys. Intense Game, taking some of the loot here in Watertown or Atlantis, whatever they are. It's Watertown. It's Watertown. It's not a sunken city here. We've been through this before. And plenty of loot here over for Intense Game. For sure. You guys is in Ruins as well, swapping some loot, and they're going to be off to it. I wonder where these guys are going to go here. I would like to see a 2-2 split from these guys. They can afford it. Shots are coming in from Flamingo towards Vivo. Keyed for us.
Count the first bullets are flying around here for today. Doesn't seem like it's going to connect too much. Flamingo is going to opt to rotate instead. Not a bad choice. I mean, they're not in the best spot. They're outside the circle right now, down here by the quarry. But at the same time, we want to see them do better, right? They're currently sitting down there on the bottom of the leaderboard, and we've seen them do much better. So yeah, it's just a matter of time, I guess, before they start popping off.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely expect to see some more stuff from them. Also, massive following in terms of fan base. I would really love to see these guys be contesting in that top 8 there, and put themselves into a distance within striking distance within the top 5. That would be fantastic for them.
Yeah, and you got to remember though, like, any point is good points. Storm Gaming, get some shots here. Not gonna find anyone. It's Shocks from the look of it that is rotating past them. This is what we're talking about, right? It's why it's so dangerous to be rotating, especially if you're not like scouting everything out before you're making the moves. If you're just blind rotating, you can easily run into a team and you'll lose a player, or maybe even 2. And from there on, we see a lot of teams trying to just like salvage the game by going a lot more passive. Ooh, Storm Game is actually chasing them down right now. They want this. Yeah, they know that they're saying like, hey, if we could get some other kills here, we'll grab some free points, and we'd love to have that. But right now, they're just looking for the right opportunity here to strike from the look of it. But Shocks himself up. They've stopped the vehicles. Here we go. First fight is blowing up now.
Get engaged, shooting a lot, connecting a lot as well. Let's see here, Shock He got one knock on at Phoenix. Traded as well, Storm Gaming. Vivo Keith in the massive fight. Dayton actually getting a headshot, losing his helmet. Now he's gonna try to get some utility. Zeus Dex, get something done, gets another knock there and lesson for us.
This is a lot of trades back and forth right now. Look at it. No one is gonna get out from this with all four still alive. Shocks is actually gonna go down, and Storm Gaming is only gonna lose one player. Gonna get the revive up as well, and they're gonna get themselves some loot. So I guess it turned out pretty decent for him to chase him down. That is 4 points secured, no matter what's gonna happen, and it is the first circle, right? So they know they're on the edge of the first circle. They're not gonna be a lot of teams around, so no one's gonna come in and probably third party this one.
Good and easy start for them. 4 points, only losing one player. I'll take that at any given time here. Getting a consistent 4 points for every player you lose, that would be fantastic.
Especially if you consider that Storm was the one chasing down Shocks, and Shocks was the team that stopped first and basically chose the spot, saying, hey, this is where we're going to take the fight because they're still chasing us. We're going to set ourselves up for this one, and we're going to win this fight. But it didn't work out for Shocks this time.
Nope. There was the Honored Souls repositioning. And looks like they have actually swapped out Semi here, one of their 5th players. He's going to be taking out GZ God's spot from yesterday. Let's see how well they're able to do from those games today with Semi instead of GZ God.
I really like what the teams are doing. They do a lot of this, right? They're subbing people out and come in with a 5th player, and they do a lot of rotations in the teams. And it could be like different variations of why you're actually subbing someone out. Sometimes it's just like, hey, all right, you're not feeling it, so someone else steps in instead, or we have our normal rotation, or someone's playing better on this map than other maps, so you're gonna sub that person in for that map itself. And all these kind of decisions adds up to like, okay, it's all about getting that consistency going, and if you can do it right, like it's gonna work out. Like you wanna see, like, you know, Moneyball, that movie, you seen that one?
Right.
Yeah, kind of going with the statistics, like.
Yeah,
I want to see that kind of stuff happening.
Yeah, I like to see that if you don't feel like you're doing 100% on the day or 110% on the day, then you can come in and you make a swap like that, and you try to, you know, turn and twist those small valves and making sure that you get the most out of the games here. So that's good to see. We'll see if we can spot some more people have done some swaps throughout the day, and so far it's just Honored Souls. They definitely have the potential to do better. We have seen them being capable of doing so. They're definitely, in my book, a team that could contest for that top 6.
ITC, a team we talked about earlier, currently not sitting too good on leaderboard. They take the church here by Ruins, and they're going to have Fact Esports just close to them. The second circle pop, they basically center up, so a lot of people just like getting closer towards the center of the circle. Almost every team is in. Looks like we only have Inko and Storm that's just outside the circle, basically. But it's free rotation routes for him, so it shouldn't be any problem. Now, it's just a matter of who's your neighbor, and do you like your neighbor or not?
Yeah. And you wanna be friendly with your neighbor, or you wanna get rid of them? Either by pushing them aggressively or making a play where you're going to be in a better spot than them. Let's see what the INT decides to do here. Fact is taking some shots back at them.
And also, like, you can always like bait like your neighbors here like this to like shoot at you, which means that they're gonna be shooting. Everybody else is getting information where your neighbor is, and you might just get some help with taking out your neighbors.
Yeah, for sure. If you find, like, if there's another team that comes in close to them from the other side and they hear them shooting, they could do a third party. You're thinking like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. You should poke at them with the silence gun. Like, you should have, you know, silencer and then shoot at them in their direction. They're gonna shoot back with their not silence guns.
Or you don't even shoot. You're just like jumping around, just baiting them to shoot.
Yeah, that'll be even better. All right, Vivo Keat here, Adrian. First triple MVP. Circle's closing for us. We're gonna see a new one. We're going to have a hard one or we're going to have an easy one to see if that's a curveball. It's a very, very donutty cinder one, but it has some water in play, still has ruins in play, still has a water town in play, and some of those yellow houses southwest of that fact Esports was playing that was taking shots over there from INTC. The church high ground is actually in a really good spot on inside as well for us, so let's see what the teams decide to do. But it's going to be a lot of pressure coming in from the east and coming in from the south.
Yeah, it looks like Vivo Kiza just set himself up in the yellow houses already. But all the rolling hills will, of course, in the center of the map is still playable. But the thing is, you don't really have any hard cover to play there. So you're going to always have it exposed back or something, which is not the best. Now, some fight here in Rasa. It's going to be Quick Revenge versus Influence Rage. Influence Rage crashing in on this. Lohan trying to get information, trying to get a knock. Quick Revenge has a good split here. Federal gets taken down straight away. A little trade coming in as well.
All right, what do we got here? Influence Rage can push up, full 4-man chasing, full 3-man chasing, pushing on, nearly getting. Oh, that's a well played here. Good push from Influence Rage, actually not losing any of the guys that pushed up. Federal is the only guy that was on the ridges that actually managed to get knocked there, and it looks like they're going to be able to get him up easily. Rorschach is now a one-way street kind of for them. And Quick Revenge is going to be leaving.
Yeah, there's not much more for him to grab there. Meanwhile, we also saw some battle in Pachinki between Rice and Black Dragons. And looking at the board to the right, it looks like Rice was the one winning that one for now, at least. Ooh, Alpha 7 and 5 with the INTC. INTC got 0 knocked already. INTC has a big split here. I'm not sure about this split, honestly.
It's a good push from them here, from Alpha 7. I like that. Taking over a high ground position that is going to net them a really solid location inside the next circle as well. 06 has been knocked and flushed. Mafioso made sure of that. And now Nidos, Mathus. And as you said, Vito 2K is actually not Vito 2K. They're in a big split. Vito 2K, though, is moving in on the western side here with Ingo Ross, as I see on the map here. And he could be... You're putting pressure on the INTC guys from the west side if they come all the way around.
Yeah,
it looks like Fact is actually pushing up a little bit and pushing an aggressive stance with 2 Rise, our current leaders.
Wait, I saw that Rice was knocking people from Black Dragon. I see that Black Dragon lost a few plays, but I guess that someone actually stole those kills. Maybe someone like Storm or...
Yeah, could be. Loops maybe even.
Could be Loops, yeah.
All right, next circle goes southeast. Hard one actually east for this one. Rise in a fantastic spot. Loops in a great spot as well. This could be the game that Loops catch some redemption here and put themselves into a fantastic spot. Quick Revenge and Cabiao.
There's two teams you don't want to see having those prime spots. It would be teams like Rice and Loops now.
Yeah, they're going to take advantage of that for sure. Usually those are the teams that are getting the most out of being in a good position in the circle. And right now there's actually only 3 or 4 really good positions inside the circle. And Rice and Loops have those spots for us.
Fact's getting some knocks on INTC. Not sure what is going to be happening over here. Fax knows that if they've been following the kill board, they know that the kill feed, they know that the INTC is already 1 man down. Could make a push into Alpha 7 though. Ooh, driving right next to Neros here.
Okay, I like that. I mean, you want to try to survive here because if he stopped, they're gonna just jump out, pull up, and just kill him immediately. All 4 guys. So that's never position. Oh, happy out taking the shots. Toigo with some good connections onto him for us.
Always good to see that. Here comes the nades, the follow-ups. Oh, that's a good read on where Capchow is. But, ooh.
Oh, hit a little bit.
Oh.
More nades. He dead.
Did he die?
I think they deaded him. Looks like it.
No, I don't think he died.
Maybe, and then he just
like
took a little bit. He was super, yeah, they were super low. Saru gone down from Quick Revenge from Rage.
Capchow is last man standing for Quick Revenge, actually.
Yeah.
So, but he is inside the circle. We'll see if for how long he'll be able to survive in there.
Out of battle, trying to gatekeep Storm, but has now lost a few players over there. Oh, Toyko with
Two
another
plays
knock onto Little Boy from Infiltration. This is a long red dot knock for us.
I mean, this man doesn't need any scopes. Just give him a red dot.
You think he's
Heck,
playing with a
even just give him
magnifying glass in front of his mobile?
It might be the case. I mean, he's just going for a manual, right? No, but even just give him iron sights. He'll do the same things.
Yeah, true. And then trying to nade. I like this. The good nade
did get a knock. So yeah, Storm is now down to 2 players. They lost another player. They lost one in the first engagement against Shocks Observatory. Oh, good
my
shot.
God. That's a way to do it. Artusin taking down Bartol. Okay, they're gonna be trying to flushing out this house here. They won this house, has 4 kills. Storm has 9 minutes. 2 versus 2 as you're talking about here. Shots coming in from Toyko again. They're defending this compound extremely well for us.
I like it. I like what we're seeing there. They're peacocking so much right now. Right. They're basically shooting anyone from a very far distance as well. They don't want anyone to get close to them, and they just want to tell everybody, we got sightlines on you. If you peek us, if you show up, we're just gonna kill you.
Nice nades there from Mavioso, trying to put pressure on to Vivo Key that you see here on the other side. They are 4 guys alive. Nades are coming in, doing a lot of damage to Diego here. He is low himself. Now Adrian off the side.
Just a swaggering, but he's not knocked yet.
Oh, swaggering, and they're look at this. They are very low on HP here. Knock on swaggering. Shots are coming in
from behind. It's intense game.
This is really rough by Alpha 7. This could be the end of them potentially. Shots are coming in. More knocks. Mafioso knocked as well. Down to Judge Carillo. Carillo with a good push here.
Oh, he's pushing.
Fantastic push on Vivo Key. He's been taken down though by Shadow. The circle is pushing the 3 knocks. I'm not sure if he can get all of them. We will see. Rafa could potentially see some of this if he makes a move on it. But no. 100 Souls is in another fight here. And Semi is the last player standing. He's literally standing.
He's just chilling there, waiting to see what's gonna happen. Influence Rage. Oh, that's a nade!
I thought there was a nade. It was a smoke. It was a smoke. It was a smoke. I just thought.
I just like, oh my God. First.
He was literally right next to him as well. Semi, unfortunately, didn't make it here. That is 100 Souls out as well. Loops is making such a statement with this compound for us.
Yeah, they're pushing out as well now. Of course, we got the new circle. It's gonna go a little bit towards the north, meaning that the compound that Loops was in is not in anymore. They have a little bit of the warehouse, but they're making the best out of it. Keeping people still in the compound, make sure their backs will be safe. All the peacocking outside here, and to establish their territory. Capchow is still alive out there. He's been being a little bit stealthy out in the rolling hills there, taking it a little bit easy. Looking at it, Rise is moving up a little bit as well.
It's going to be a lot of pressure on the west side here for us. Loops have pushed so many. They've been peacocking so much that there's barely any teams coming in from the east. One team in the north that's Influence Rage. There's so many teams on the west side. Rise with some good shots. Trying to make some damage here and make something happen. They have quite a good control in the south. What do you think?
Suspa is up in that tower by one time. Right. And he's going to gather so much information. A little bit of the tower is still inside, so he could stay there and then in the next circle go down and just take a little bit of damage because they're gaining so much information from that. I think that it might be a really good play from them.
Yeah, Ragnar dead in 7th place. Rise saw that and they're like, all right, southwest is clear now. We can play out of the compound, play out towards the ridges. Circle with some more long-range shots connecting onto Federal again, Frost.
Oh, you just love to see that, right? Mufasa, he got the easy one with a 6x. Well, Toyko is like, you know what? I don't need his fancy stuff. I'll just use a red dot.
Their control and the 6x space are absolutely insane. Mufasa headshot onto Rafa from Intense Game. Rise making gameplay styles here. That is insane.
It was looking good for Intense Game, but now it's looking really bad because it's only Zeusboy left up alive right now, I think. And he would be up in the tower. Unless they have one more that is reviving. And it looks like it. Rice is pushing on this. They know they needed to put pressure on it. Oh. Yep.
Good knock. Oh. From the other side though. Rafa now able to flush.
He's back here. Rafa's still up. He got the healing off as well. So.
This was a bit of an aggression from like half of the team rather than them being together. All right. What do we got here?
Oh, this could be a huge thing. It's Mythic, of course.
Oh my
it
god.
Looks like he
utility
connected.
usage. Going for the rest again. He could get
Rafa's
Rafa.
still alive though, but not for longer.
Oh my god. He gets a flush and a knock and gets the flush on him. So now it's just Zeus Boy and Mythic is able to make a massive play for Rise. They are on 10 kills, as you say here for us. Insane game for them so far.
Yeah, of course, Storm went out with 11, but at the same time, Rise is still 3 man up. They're in the top 4 right now, and it's looking like they might be even more than just top 4 in just a little bit. Looking at the new circle that popped, we can see it going towards the south, and Rise has a lot of control over this circle right now.
Yeah, they do. It's actually good to see. Or were they able to play from that one?
3 top teams right now in this circle battling out with one little wildcard there, and it's called Captel. He has been surviving, getting a lot of points for his team with those placement points. But the big thing is what's going to happen between all of these 3 big teams here. Rise, Influence, Rage, and Loops. So far, we know that Rise has won. It is Nunes who is knocked, so only Rafina and Mythic still standing, but never count them out. It doesn't matter if they're 1, 2, 3, or 4 alive. They can do massive damage. They can clutch anything out.
All right, Mythic with more nades. Utility used on to move. Shots coming in from Federal as well. Shots coming on to Nunez, and Chief is going to get him down.
Securing that kill. 4 kills to Loops right now. They were shooting a lot of people, getting a lot of knocks, but haven't been able to get a lot of kills. Influence Rage in lots of trouble here. Only got a vehicle to hide behind as cover. And yeah, it's not looking good for him because look at this. Cardoso is saying, I want to go on this. Torko, you drive me. We'll get closer. We'll push on this. We'll put pressure on this. You know, they had the time to work it out because there was a revive going on. Good nades. Federal down again.
A good nade as well from Cardoso.
Cardoso is taking a little bit of damage. The Molotov's coming back, but that's going to be about it.
That's so well played there from Loops for us. Able to take down another team. There's still 4 guys alive. And there's only 1 player left from Quick Revenge and 1 player from 2 players from Rise.
This is the thing, right? You would say like, oh, Loops is in such a good position. They have 4 up, but they're against a 2 and 1 member team right now. But the thing is, there's so much damage that can be done to Loops right now because it's going to be hard to find when it's just a few people out there. But they found Mythic. That's an important find. But Rafina comes with a retaliation, gets a knock there. Mythic goes down though to Toiko. Now Rafina's last man standing for Rise. And Capcal still alive, standing, and he's gonna grab at least a 2nd place for Quick Revenge here. We talked about how they had a great first game yesterday to be able to capitalize a lot of points. They didn't get any kills so far, haven't gotten any, but it is the 2nd place. It is 12 points no matter what. Now let's see if we can get at least 1 or 2 more, maybe even kill them all and get that chicken dinner.
Oh my god, what a pull up from Loops. What an absolute insane way to redeem themselves here for us. Loops with a winner chicken dinner, and they needed this. They needed this to push themselves into that top 3 and contest to see who's going to be the best in our league weekend here. Yeah,
and that's going to be Loops getting their first win on Erangel here. And that also means that they completed the Chicken Dinner World Tour, getting a win on each of every map that we're playing. So it's nice to see. We've seen them being really good, really consistent, and so far yesterday it wasn't the best of games they had, but this is a really great start. This is kind of the qualifying Loops that we saw last weekend.
Exactly. We're going to go to a short break, guys, before we bring you 4 more games here at PMPL Brazil. Stay tuned. We're going to be back with more. And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League here for us for Brazil. We just had a naughty game to start things off with.
Yeah, we saw Loops getting a really good position from basically pretty early on in the game, and they were holding it down so well. They weren't getting any kills, but the amount of damage and knocks they were putting out from that position was just insane. And we saw them just like Toiko with that red dot, just beaming people 300 meters away. It's just insane to see that.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how much he's gonna have damage here, Toiko, because he put out so much damage. But they actually had 9 kills they're gonna end on. Quite impressive for Loops here to start things off with. It's gonna be a 24-point game for them.
Yep.
And it's gonna be, putting themselves into a top 3 here, and that's where we're expecting them to be after what we saw from a qualifying stage for us.
Yeah, and also a good game, of course, for Rice, once again being in the top 3 there. And of course, Storm as well, being able to be, there you go. Look at that. I mean, Storm Gaming had, I think it was 11 kills in this game. It was amazing. We saw him from the start taking out Shocks Gaming, of course, and just kept on going from there.
Yeah, good to see with Toiko as well. 600 damage. 4 kills only for him, but still a lot of damage to be able to put out here. And Storm Gaming with a fantastic game for the first game of the game. They were actually in the top 4 going into this top 3, sorry, going into this game here with 51 points for us, and they could potentially hold on to that spot, or at least they hover around that top 4.
Yeah, there's a high chance of that. I think they're gonna go into a second place, getting a little bit closer to Rice, but then again, Rice got himself a third place and 10 kills on top of that, I'm pretty sure, so that's a lot of points on top of it as well from their previous games. But also, don't forget, Cap Jao did a really great job for Quick Revenge, getting that second place for a team. Didn't get any kills, but that is still 12 points on the board. And what we saw from them yesterday, they had a great start. They won the first game, but after that, it did go downhill for them. So great comeback for them. Hopefully they can keep that up for today's games.
Let's jump to the match standings from this last game here for us and see how all the points turned out and how they trickled down. Loops with 24 for us, but Rise with 20.
Yeah, Rise with 20 again. I mean, they were averaging 16.2 after yesterday's game, so they're just keeping up the number, pushing it up a little bit higher. Why not? There's no reason not to if you're them. But I think it's really impressive to see Storm Gaming, even though they go out that early on in the game, they're still managing to get 11 kills, and that's a lot of points. And that's what we always talk about, right? If you keep on killing like this, that means there's a high chance it's just a matter of time before you're just gonna get those wins with high kills on top of it. And so far, we haven't seen any win from Storm Gaming, despite them being on a third place currently before this game.
Let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard for this last match here for us. Not a lot of points are going to be out there. Fact Esports with 4, but Alpha 7 with only 3 is not where we want to see Alpha 7 if they are going to be at that top 5 and try to contest for the top 3.
Yeah, and it's not looking too good, but again, it's not too much to take away from them. We've seen them being able to pull it back when it actually matters, and right now they're middling around the middle pack all the time. It's not a lot of things happening. We expect more from them, that is for sure, but that goes for a lot of the other teams as well. We have a few down here: INTC, Shocks, Flamengo, 3 teams that is currently sitting in the bottom that wants to get a lot more points on their hands, but still have a lot of games to play here.
All right, for us, we're gonna be taking very soon a look at who's going to be our match MVP here, and I think it's going to be hard to have none other than one of the Storm Gaming or Loops players. It's going to be Arthursin from Storm Gaming for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good game. You gotta remember, they went out super early into the game here. That means that them being able to, despite that, being able to put up these kind of numbers is kind of insane. Imagine if they kept on going, if they had all 4 up, and it would have been in the late game. It could have been a new record-breaking game.
Yeah, for sure. With also 778 damage, really close, just 222 points of damage away from the 1K club. But Arthursin very deserved here for this case. But yeah, Storm Gaming with a rough placement, but a lot of points is gonna keep them up there for us. We're gonna jump back and look at the overall standings very shortly, and we're gonna see if it's gonna change up the overall standings in general, or if they're gonna be hanging around in the same area. Rise Esports are on 1 point already for us.
The triple digits. The first team, of course, to reach triple digits, and we're not surprised it's gonna be Rise Esports, of course, considering how well they've been able to play out all of these games. But it's still impressive to see a team like Intense Game clinging on the second place there. And Loops, as we said, they gone up a little bit. I think they were on 7th place going into this, so they've got themselves 4 good chunks there, 4 good spots. But again, it's very close. It's been very close. By starting to segregate a little bit, if you look from 5th place to 6th place, Storm Gaming to Black Dragons, there is a little bit of a gap starting to happen around there, that area there, and you want to make sure that you cling on to the top half of this leaderboard, right? That's where you're gonna get a lot of points. You want to be up here because gathering every point is gonna matter throughout the league play. Yeah,
for sure. And Loops as well with the first team to win 2 games here in our league play. Obviously super impressive to see them jumping into that. And that's what we want to see from Loops after the performance they showed us in the qualifier. You don't want to go out and have, you know, an insane performance in the qualifier where they average 15 points per game over 12 games and then come here and you don't play very mediocre. You want to stay up there. You want to contest for that top 4. So right now what we're looking at, our top 4, maybe not with the, you know, Alpha Esports in there, Alpha 7 Esports, but it's looking like the teams that we're expecting to be in there, and it's shaping up very nicely here in the first weekend of our league play. Let's look at the bottom half here. Not too much is going to change in terms of what teams are down there, but a big gap in between Shocks Esports and Out of Battle is really happening here. 16 points. Out of Battle could have a, you know, a top 3 placement with double digit in terms of kills, and they're going to be right in that mid pack as well for us.
Yeah, and the thing with RF Battle is, as you can see, they're still on single digit when it comes to the kills, but they're getting a lot of placement points. I want to see them being a little bit more aggressive, trying to take those fights and getting a little bit more points in terms of kills. They gotta be able, when they're dropping in Pochinki, they have the whole town for themselves. They have a circle like this, and we saw them getting stuck in a kind of a sticky situation on the edge of Pochinki, so they basically didn't move anywhere, but they gotta be able to capitalize, grabbing a spot where they want to play, where they feel really comfortable to play, and they can hold that down.
I feel like especially when you are looting in Pochinki, that you should be able to at least do a 2-2 split between some of the good areas that you want to be in, and then when we see circle 2, circle 3, then you can group back together here, especially with the few amount of teams that are currently doing, you know, greedy splits in the middle. Then that could definitely be a case, and the lack of teams pulling up and pushing you when you are in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and hopefully they can change that up. But I want to see more from the bottom teams there: Shocks, INTC, Flamengo, 3 teams that we haven't really seen, and they kind of always get themselves into sticky situations right now pretty early on in the game. We saw in the previous one how Shocks, for example, fought Stone basically in the first rotation. The first circle hadn't even closed in before they were taking out. And if Shocks is getting chased by a team like Storm Gaming and you're the one stopping, you got to make sure that you're taking a spot where you have the advantage to take this fight, because you're the one getting chased. You're the one choosing to take this fight by stopping somewhere. Then you got to be able to get at least a knock straight away and take control over the battle.
Yeah, exactly. And with that as well, for us, we're going to be talking a bit about our predictions here. We're coming into Miramar. It's not a wildcard map per se. It's very similar when we come to rotation paths. Or not paths, but rotation timings and style on the wrangle. It's a little bit slower and more information gain here. Are we expecting something different, or are we just expecting more domination from some of the top teams here? Loops obviously has a good spot, and they have been known for being able to play quite well and be very good at getting that information gathering on in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Loops always goes for the high ground. We know that by Junkyard and Minas over there, and get a lot of information. But the team I really like what we've seen on Miramar is going to be Fact Esports. They keep on doing really good on this map, and I hope that they can turn that over on other maps as well. But coming to Miramar, I have high hopes for them to grab a lot of points. They're really good. As we could see on the leaderboard earlier, they had 22 kills, but only like 34 points or something like that, which means that a lot of the points they're gathering is coming from the kills. I want to see them get kills with the placement points.
All right, let's take a look at a little bit about Miramar here while we fly over, we wrap up our final thoughts before we start our game within the next minute. For us, Miramar is a massive map, huge rotation, massive amount of divots and high grounds that you get from, and especially Loops and some of our very prominent teams that have been doing well so far. they have been able to play super proactively, try to get that information early, try to get into those positions that's going to benefit you, and also sometimes have those 2-2 splits or even more greedy splits to lock down some of those really high priority compounds.
Yeah, and hopefully it's time for some of the teams to actually try to punish these kind of splits, because if you go all for and crash someone that has a split, if you know that these teams like to split, you can gather so much information. You can just crash them, get an upper hand. You know it's 4 versus 2 already from start. But game number 2, we're gonna start from down here in Minas del Sur. It's pretty rough playing, very rough playing, I'd say. Someone who likes it's gonna be Shocks. They're gonna be looting Valdemar. Might get some company considering the circle out of battle. We saw them yesterday looting the island on the bottom left there, so it's like they're gonna go around there again and try to just like spread out and see what's gonna happen.
Honestly, in this case here, I feel like we're gonna see a lot of teams that are gonna take those cars and gonna be driving for minutes before they get to the loot spot here, because this is a rough play. And I'm very curious to see where our circuits have been, because for us there has been a lot of times where we see this circle pop and it's so far away from the plane path. Like I could definitely see a northwest circle happening based on how rough circles we've had so far.
Yeah, and I mean that's the name of the game, kind of having rough circles, being able to adapt to them straight away. Some teams have been a little bit better than others on that, but this could be a really rough one if we get like a north circle. At the same time, the first circle is pretty big, so if we see kind of some of those big rotations, oh well, of course, why not put it as far away from the plane path as possible? So first circle pop, it's gonna be on northwestern side. Now I want to see a lot of those big rotations coming in from the northeastern side, coming in from the western side. Don't just be lazy and try to rotate in from the southeastern side of the circle, because it's gonna be very congested there. A lot of teams are gonna try to get in from there. That means a lot of fights will also try to break out there as well. So you gotta make sure that you're not getting stuck in those.
All right, here Infinite Rage looking at them in Picado, and they're able to have this area to themselves, easy and uncontested from them.
And yeah, it's a really good spot, right? You're the center of the map. It's kind of the Pachinki of Miramar.
Exactly.
You're the center. It's a big town, easy to rotate to, no matter or out from, no matter what the circle is. And you can be one of the first teams to start rotating. And if you do that, I mean, so you can put yourself into a really good position. But look at things. We have some teams that are still going to try to rotate in before deciding to loot. Fact Esports, they're going to go for Monte Nuevo. Meanwhile, it looks like Alpha 7 is going to go up, maybe all the way to El Pozo before they even start looting.
For us, on a scale from 1 to 10, how much do you think you should call
11.
me the Oracle for the rest of the day?
I'd say 11. Yeah, I'll stay on that.
Because I literally called this circle. That was perfect. But what a rough circle. I mean, the rotations from this.
No.
No,
That
Storm.
could have been me.
Storm, yeah, that is literally you right there, sticking it in between. Especially that car is so hard to get out of as well, like, or get out of those areas as well. It's not as flexible as the buggies are here. Dayton's going to be picking up the guys, and they're going to be jumping into the loot area quick as possible. Get this done. And they are going to be having the fastest way to rotate into the northern side of the circle, and we could probably get pretty far in there for us.
It's probably going to be pretty free on the northern side as well. Let's be honest, not a lot of teams do these kind of long rotations. And I feel like if we see a team kind of mastering that, they're going to be in very good positions all the time. We have two teams who's really good on doing that on aerial, but only on aerial, and that is Black Dragons and Inko. Both of them looting on Military Island, but they're really good on doing those long rotations on aerial. But we haven't seen that happening when they haven't been able to transition that into Miramar itself, though.
All right. Let's see how the teams are going to be shaping up and coming into this. The amount of pressure that's going to be on the south and the eastern side of this circle is going to be huge. So we're definitely expecting some of the teams to try to make some of these big rotations here, the macro rotations that we're calling and talking about. Those big moves that is going to be putting yourself up and setting yourself up for the late game. Those are the really important ones, especially in the first two circles. Once that third circle pop, you need to be ready. You need to be in a good position to decide where you want to play from here. Quick Revenge, had a bit of a comeback here with a second place in the last game for us. Not too many kills, but still definitely enough for them to kind of jump in and get at it and our leaderboard again.
Yeah, I mean, 12 points from placements is really, really, really good.
Yeah.
And or just 12 points alone, no matter where you're getting them from, is really good. And they definitely needed that after the little downhill games that we saw from them after the first one. So yeah, I hope that they can keep on doing something great in the upcoming games here, especially in this one. They are gonna be one of the last teams to rotate into circle. Basically, they're in Los Leones. They're sharing that one with Black Dragons. The red dots there on the western side of Los Leones.
Right.
So I mean, it's a pretty easy circle though, because it's still so big, right? So
Right.
there's still so much space that you shouldn't run into other teams or lose people during your rotations. You can take the time, all the time in the world, to scout it out first. Make sure that you're doing safe rotations. Don't lose people because of a stupid mistake.
No, exactly. We'll see how the teams that are getting themselves into the circle and how they're rotating. As you see in the top right of the minimap right now, a lot of teams are coming in from the east, northeast. There's going to be then being a lot of pressure coming in on those teams that are playing that. I like that greedy 2-2 split from Vivo Key. Let's see if they stay there in a 2-2 split like that, or the other guys that are actually going to be joining up with the team that is on the middle, very top side of the crater fields, on the right crater field.
They're up there on the high ground, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
up
they
on
are
the
there, yeah.
mountain. Yeah. Meanwhile, actually, if you look at it, Storm Gaming is now by La Corberera. So I guess they didn't loot outside on the northeastern side, but opted to go straight in. I'm not sure how much loot they have, though.
They're going to be pretty sparse, I would assume, right?
Exactly. And as you can see, like, teams are getting closer to them, so they got to be careful. They got to be careful with a team like Loops that has already gotten themselves a little bit of loot. Look at this. Toiko, for example, he's pretty set up. He's geared for taking at least 10 fights because it's Toiko. So he doesn't need like any scopes or anything. We all know that. Red dot, iron sights, doesn't matter. He'll do the work.
He'll get the work done. He'll get the job done, as some of we might say. Been really impressed with what we've seen from Loop so far. Felt bad for them when they had that 6th place and they didn't make it to the Americas finals, and they didn't get a shot at trying to qualify for the PMGC through that. But now they're back at it, and what we saw in the qualifier, they're definitely a team to contest for that top 5 place here. Now they're in the league play, they're trying to get points, make their way into the finals.
Vivo Key, you were talking about them with the split. They still have the split, but it's not as big right now. It's a little bit smaller of a split, but as you can see on the high ground, trying to bully out INTC on the other high ground. But a lot of information is going to be gathered up here. And the thing with having 2 up here is that it's really good because you can have just one. It doesn't matter. But having 2 means that if one of them gets knocked, you can safely go for the revive. No one's going to be able to just push you or just like taking you out because you're always going to have the high ground to hide it.
Exactly. This area up here in general, the northwestern area of the circle, is some of those areas that are really, really, really hard to decide where to play. Now, Flamengo has a knocked player and is having a fight with Rise outside in the blue and outside circle number 1 for us.
So it's basically the number 1 team versus the number 16th team fighting out here in the blue. The odds are still even right now, though.
Well, there's one loser to this, and it's Flamengo.
Not yet. Not yet. Nothing is written in stone yet. Precaution is about to bleed out, though. But Luisada does get the knock there on Nunes, so that is a little bit of retaliation. He's not going to stay around to finish this off. They're actually opting to leave this. Not even going to secure that point before doing it. I mean, it looked like they still had some meds. They could still do it. It's just the first circle, right? We see the second circle pop. It's going to be a hard shift. Again, going to the northwest. So we're hard edging towards that side of the map right now. And this is huge. Bryce being able to get Nunes back up.
Yeah.
They could easily have lost him there.
Another northwestern circle shift for us. Another massive part of the rotation here. Look at the south, southwest. Look at the east. There's so many teams coming in from the same areas.
Yeah, and this is why we want to see those big rotations coming in from the north side, coming in from the west side. You want to take those, like, even if you take tank a little bit of blue, that means that you're going to have a safe passage into the circle. And with 2 hardships, who knows, maybe it just keeps it going to the northwest. If you're going to be the only team up there, that just means that, well, you're going to be pretty set and in a pretty good position to take any fights.
All right.
Shots.
Phoenix and Shocks here. With a fight with Honor Souls. Nino knocked in front of them.
I like that. Got that bird. I guess I have that falcon as well. So that's my partner of choice when it comes to the pets.
I love it when it's like looking at you. Hey, I need food. Eat food.
Or throw nade at enemies. Your choice.
There is enemy over there. Why no kill? I love those birds and those pets. It's actually fantastic. And obviously the skins in general in the game is super nice. Rotations coming in. Remind TC into a quite decent spot here. It's a good midway point for them, setting them up for late game. They're not able to get that much information from it, but it's super safe. And there are plenty of way to get into the circle no matter where the next circle goes. So safe cars and safe players.
What I like with what the spot they're taking is that they stick it together as well, which is good. Going back to the basics, sticking together, taking any fights with all. But Flamengo here, getting pushed by Influence Rage. Maxim, what can you do? Can you find Little Boy? No, not yet, at least. He's pushing again. Ooh, Little Boy is taking low, but there's no help coming out right now. Where's the rest of the team? They are far. On the east side. They're far out already. Looks like they're just going to dip out. This is what I'm talking about, right? You don't want to be losing people on the rotation like this. This is just the second circle. If you can't keep it together as a team and take those fights, what you want to do is just like don't take them, keep on rotating in instead.
All right, Federal flying in on the bike. And fast rotation on the south side of the circle, trying to swing around and get in on that western side. Because it did shift northwest and then it shifted far northwest again, which means all base on the west-northwestern side is going to be available for the taking. But a lot of teams are going in that direction here. Like Dragons with some shots on them. Influence Rage, another fight with Rise.
Just outside the circles as well that they're fighting.
Next circle's popping soon for us, and it's going to start tickling a little bit in that zone. Outside the blue next circle, it's gonna go donut in the middle on top of the crater fields, and with El Paso crater straight in the middle for us. It's gonna be an interesting ending for this one here.
What kind of glaze do you like on your donuts? Or what toppings do you like on your donuts?
It's just completely boring, very sweet, very fruity, you know, like.
What is that? Oh, but Fasa going down to that Molotov actually. Ooh. All right, influence.
It's just like standard glazing, you know. It's just great.
Glaze? All right. Okay.
Yeah, like colored glazing with some fruity taste to it. Yeah, kind of standard like that. I try to stay away from donuts though. They're not. I mean, if I buy a box of donuts, I'll eat them in 30 minutes, no matter how much donuts. If there's 30 donuts in there, I'll eat them in 30 minutes. You know, they're just gone. I'm munchies like that.
I think you're mispronouncing seconds right now.
Oh, true. That is true. true. Just inhale those donuts there. I love them. All right, Loops and Kadosin, what are you guys able to do? What are they gonna decide to do in a situation where they are holding on to the northern side of the circle, but they're very likely not gonna be inside some of the next couple of circles? Are they gatekeeping, putting on pressure, or are they going to be scouting inside the circle and try to get more information here?
I mean, what we've seen from them, I think they're going to stay here as long as possible because of what you're saying in the end.
Right.
The information gathering is so important for Loops. And they're so good at utilizing that information that they're gathering that even if they're going to be last one into the next circle, if they're going to be outside it, they know already where all the other teams are. They know where they can rotate safely into the next circle. And they play it so well with this information all the time. And that's why it's so great to see it's not just someone taking the high ground and just like fooling around, but actually utilizing it as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Hello,
I'm trying to get out
failed,
some
vault.
It's vaulting or information gathering. I think it's vaulting.
Looks like it was a failed vault.
Yeah, all right. Into El Paso we go here with Black Dragons on board. With the camps going on, we're going into arena. They're trying to get to see a little bit more loot for them.
Man, there's so many teams in El Poso right now.
It's way too many.
3, 4, 5, 6 teams in El Poso, and it's on the edge of the circle. Not even the whole town.
It's 7 teams. It's 7 teams even. Art is there on the western side as well.
I didn't really count Arden because it's just pain that is like poking around.
Yeah,
he's like, knock, anybody home.
Influence Rage coming in as well, and there's basically a 20 to 30% chance that El Paso's gonna be in. Like El Paso's on the edge of the circle. It has to shift south 4 times in a row for El Paso to have that ending. So this is kind of one of the standard rules there is. Oh, shot coming in from Bart. The standard rules there is in PUBG is don't go into a town unless you're guaranteed and certain that it's gonna end there, or if it's your last choice.
We saw the circle pop there. It's gonna be a little part of El Poso, the northwestern part, of course.
It's a bait.
It's a bait. It's a hard shift again, though, towards this time for the circle. Again. Yeah, it just keeps on going west. So if you're a team right now, keep on going west. Just keep the western edge. That's where the circle will be going.
Yeah, I want to see some of these. Want to see some of these teams decide and analyze and say, all right, guys, the circle has gone to west 3 times. There has to be fewer players on the west compared to everywhere else.
Or that's where the circle magnet is.
That is true. Let's go kill the guy with the circle magnet. Jokes aside, there's obviously no circle magnets, even though it would be a fun thing in some fun gameplay styles, or...
That would be amazing.
That'd be funny.
All right. A lot of teams still trying to make their way inside the circle now. They are outside.
Oh, there you go. Getting down intense games is a Zeus boy.
Getting short a lot, but...
Wait, that's from a distance. That's also from intense game.
Oh!
Did he just get balded? He just got balded by Cielo. He just balded him from that area.
Cielo was just behind, just outside the camera there. You heard the shot.
Oh my god, what a shot finishing off him.
To save his teammate as well.
Fantastic play there for Vivo Key. 3 kills for them so far, and all 4 guys alive on a really good spot inside the circle for us.
But look on the
inside the crater.
Side. Look on the north side. We have Fact Esports trying to gatekeep there, and that is great to see. But I'm curious if they're gonna be successful or not. Meanwhile, though, Quick Revenge taking some shots down there. 2 Black Dragons gonna find a little bit of a knocks, but I mean overall, we saw them last game, no kills. Yesterday, not too many kills except for game number 1. Hopefully, they can start pushing that number. Have a lot of teams here to battle out. There's way too many teams in here right now.
Oh, Revo, Alpha 7's MVP.
8 teams in El Poso right now.
It's way too many. It's gonna be congested again. Don't go there unless you know it has to end there, or if it's your last resort, your last option.
Look at the circle right now, though. We have 47 alive still. That is so many people. In the next circle, it's gonna be so many people dying.
That's what the benefit of is with these kind of semi-urban bait endings, is that it can facilitate so many players and teams inside here.
If the circle rotates out from El Poso, which is a high chance, that means that probably only 1, maybe 2 teams will survive from El Poso, because everyone will try to battle each other out while trying to leave the town. But there can only be 1 team standing strong from that.
All right, what are we seeing here? Is stuff happening?
Alpha 7 here with the high ground, but they have a big chunk here. They gotta look around a lot. They got a little bit surrounded. Beaverwood Keys here on the northeastern side of them. Oh my, do you see that circle? It's on top of Alpha 7 right now. They can keep on playing this high ground if they can hold it out against Beaverwood Key. That would be great. But Loops is here as well, so they gotta be careful.
Well. Yeah, they have the church compound as well. Only 1 player holding it, so they're gonna have to care and make sure that nobody is filling them from below and the right side of the circle.
That also means
hit him. 80x on that bolt action rifle.
Do it.
Let's see what you got.
Do it so I can take the shot. All right. Meanwhile, though, we do see that El Pozo has not really
like a building and a half in.
I mean, I guess if you look at the map, the O and the Z in El Pozo is still in the circle.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So Oso is in, but there is a building and a half. It looks like it's Quick Revenge that has a part of that building as some of the only teams, and then it's Art of Battle that has some other shots. Shots coming in from Swagwin onto Storm Gaming. I don't think he's going to be able to finish it though, but it's a knock. An important delay of their push onto them.
Exactly.
Vivo Key, third party.
Here it goes. Diego, big nade. They're only 2 men up. Adrian is already low. And healing up. Diego, you gotta keep... No, he goes down.
Adrian healed
is still alive here.
Adrian managed to get the first aid off. And he's chilling. He's gonna be jumping in. Wow, well played. Both pushing for them.
Yeah.
Well played and good clear as you're talking about here.
Alpha 7 pushing from 2 different directions there. So basically, no matter what happens, there's basically no way for Adrian to do anything, because even if he gets one knock, he's gonna get killed from the other angle straight away. So that's a really good push there from Alpha 7. Swagwin is knocked up here, but once again, having the high ground, this is their advantage. No one can kill him straight away. So he's gonna be revived. No worries about that, but Storm Gaming is closing in on them on the north side there.
Shots coming in from Kick Revenge and Lohan. Art of Battle.
6 kills for Art of Battle so
Am
far.
I seeing a new player? I think it's actually Pardal that has been swapped in as well from Art of Battle.
Oh yeah.
Not sure if my eyes saw correct there. We obviously don't know who's going to be playing on the team until we see the first game of the day, so...
Big fight between Alpha 7 and Loops right now.
Massive. Revo goes down, MVP from A7, taken out. It's an opportunity for all the other teams to make something happen here. Inkle Gaming, Romolosin taking some more shots at that. Fact, Esports taking one down, maybe another. No, nades are coming in.
Romolosin, last man standing, he has a nade up.
Good nade, good nade. Could be getting it.
Ooh, he could have gotten a double on that, but no, it's not gonna happen. He needs to clutch this out though.
Shots coming in. Oh, we got another knock. Nearly finishing the other one, but nope. Bro is gonna be the last player to survive from a fact, and there's 3 knocked teammates. Everybody can just look. All right, 3 points down here, guys. 3 points. Collect.
I was about to say they should be able to get everybody up, but I'll take it back because I forgot for a second. We have Alpha 7 up here on the high ground, just looking above, looking and watching everyone, saying, hey, we want to take your points, we want to take your points, we want to take your points, and we are going to take them.
It's like going into a candy store with all the options to just take all the candy you want. It's all the points in the candy basket, and it's free. Somebody
8 candies so far?
8 candies so far. Gonna be a really good Saturday night, I guarantee you that. Shots coming in from Kadosin again. Ooh. This little Angie he has is insane.
He's playing so well as well.
Oh,
Chief.
Oh, shots coming in. He actually might be able to steal 1 or 2. He gets 1, gets 2.
Good play from Chief there. Loops.
Nice.
Cardozo is knocked inside the shack though, so Chief is actually last man standing here.
But
he's
no
still
heals.
Low, no heals. Yeah, that's why he wasn't full HP. He wants to get those kills there.
Oh my god! Lohan!
Lohan!
Onto Mythic. Rise is out. What an insane shot with the red dot from that distance. Oh, Quick Revenge might be able to make some stuff happen here. Actually got all 4 players up again as the only second team. Alpha 7, 4 guys alive and 10 kills for us. This could be the game that puts them into that top 5 we've been talking about again and again.
This is the high ground play, and they're utilizing it so well. They got Revo back
11.
up, of course, again, because they have the high ground. It's so easy. Okay, talking about it, Revo goes down again. Hopefully they can get him up again.
Probably will be able to 12 kills though, Frost. This could be a massive game for them. Sees more, 13 kills.
16, 17 is the magic number that we're looking for. 17 kills.
4 more kills. This could be done. Seeing
they have
all
8
the guys
more
from Kick
enemies.
Revenge in the distance here. Look at all those small points running around. Oh, Corelio needs to go on another safe duty here.
Medic!
Safe res, guys.
Going from one.
Oh, they're actually
rest
getting
to
it from the
another.
high ground there. That's actually fantastic. They have such a good hold onto that high ground.
Chief,
But
look at
Loops and Chief Frost, as
Yeah.
you're pointing out here, this could be a backstab. This could set up and disturb that game, that chicken dinner that they're looking for. Unless they manage to survive it. 3 helmet, 3 vest on Carrillo. This is massive for them, Frost. They could set this up. Swagwin reloading that K9. Revo getting more shots on him. He's no more vests. 13 kills for them so far. With another nade onto Bro, that could be 14, Frost. It looks good. It's a good nade. No, he put him down to very low, and then he got the heal off.
Oh no. Chief,
need to check
Chief
Chief.
is over there.
Yeah, it's a big split on the southwestern side. I think Chief is just going to try to survive, actually.
Yeah.
Could be just trying to go for as much placement as he can, because if you are able to kind of be safe behind A7 and they can just make a roll of damage all over the other ones, then they could make something happen here. Let's see what Chief decides to do, though. And they need to clear some of the guys that are outside the blue and close to the circle as well. Chief
Shots.
rolling. Yeah, Shocks, you're right. You're
Shots. Still
position.
top 4. Quick Revenge, top 4.
14
This
kills.
is great for both of them.
14 kills for us. 3 more, and
3
they have
more.
a record.
See if they can do it. Revo
Smoke.
probably got himself a new armor. Oh, it's done. It's done.
This has to be it for us. This has to be the record game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now the big question is, how many more kills are they going to get?
There is a total of 7 kills available for us. They could make a magic mega 21 bomb.
Well, they need to find everyone, though. That is got to be a little bit of a problem.
It has to be a 22 bomb to break the qualification round that Rise had, but was it 17 that they had in the league play, right? So I'm just gonna go on and say they could contest for that.
Chief is 1 HP.
I think that just some has to go down.
Oh, he
to
went
the
out.
circle.
He went out. He died. So yeah, Loops is out on 4th place. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so there's not enough kills available to contest that 21 kill chicken dinner, but they could have the record of having the most kills in a league play. 17. They are on it. Fantastic play for them so far. Oh my god, what a fantastic finish for that one. Alpha 7 Esports making it back, making a massive chicken dinner here for us.
Finally, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been talking about all this time. We've been waiting for this kind of happening, right? And it finally strikes. Alpha 7. This is the performance that we're expecting. This is the performance we've been wanting. And we get to see it. It wasn't a record breaking. Actually, it was a record breaking, I think.
For the league, yeah, but not for the total what we've seen so far. We obviously have the 21 kill chicken dinner from Rise, but guys, we have 3 more games to go. Frost, I'm gonna cut you short here, and we're gonna go to a short break before we're gonna be back with 3 more games. Guys, stay tuned. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 with Brazil. My name is Avenger. This is Frost, my trusty co-caster here, and we are just 2 games in for the second day in our first league weekend here, Frost. We have 3 more games to go. We're going to be jumping back to Wrangle after this, but what a game here and what a show from Alpha 7.
I don't think you can play the high ground better than they did there. That is an amazing show of why high ground is a thing and how to utilize that to a full extent. Of course, we saw Loops there, or Chief being the last man up for Loops. He wasn't able to do anything about it. He tried to survive his way, but he didn't have any heals, and that's super rough. And as soon as he would have taken any shots, he would just have been shot down by Alpha 7 anyway, so he was just opting to try to go around, see what he could salvage. But in the end, it wasn't enough. Even though
the nade. Okay, it was the nade from Kapjao, so he saw him actually. I didn't catch that. That's actually interesting. But obviously the high ground here, as you're talking about, being able to hold out both Quick Revenge and Shocks, but Shocks Frost with a really good game. Super impressive from Shocks.
Yeah, really good to see Shocks being able to bring it back a little bit here. Same thing also, of course, seeing Quick Revenge after getting that second place. We saw them yesterday as well, having a really great first game, but now being able to continue on that road and having a great second game as well. Looking good for Quick Revenge here today.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at our top damage dealers, killers, and assist and playmakers for this second game. It's going to be interesting to see how much of that it's going to be alpha dominated for us.
Exactly. I was about to say it's going to be a lot of Alpha 7 up there on that board, but the big question is how much are we going to see? Oh, not a triple.
Holy, that's
1K
insane.
club though, but look,
yeah.
And then you have Mafioso, you have Carrillo as well, and I bet you if we had a revive stat as well, it would be Alpha 7 on top of that one as well.
Yeah, that is for sure. The amount of times we saw knocks on them, but a 1K club again, Revo shows why he is that MVP standout player for Alpha 7 for us. But what a game from all of them! Insane amount of damage they were able to put. There's only 1 kill, unfortunately, on Mafioso, no, not Mafioso, on Swagrin, but overall, what an insane game for them, and they're able to do it a greedy 2-2 split on the high ground and keep everyone down below and get that amount of kills and points from this game alone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Swagman was doing a lot of other good stuff, a lot of reviving, and also a lot of scouting. Remember, he had that Car 98 up there on that high ground playing that. But also nice to see, of course, the low end from Quick Revenge there on that kill leaderboard as well on that fourth place. Great to see, because they need a little bit more kills, and it's great to see that they're able to get those kills, but also the placement point on top of that. All
right, let's take a look at the match standings here from the second game of the day. We have 3 more games after this one here, Frost, but Alpha 7 Esports with a 34 bomb, doubling second place there with Quick Revenge.
That is just domination if I've ever seen it before. Then again, really good to see teams like Shocks and Quick Revenge up there as well. 2 teams that needs those kind of points right now, and that's going to be really good for them. Of course, Loops as well. We saw them being a little bit split there and being a little bit punished for it. They couldn't really get the revives because of it. And Chief trying to basically surviving, getting a little bit of placement points, and did a good job on that. And then going down, of course, out of battle. Again, a team that we wanted to see more kills from, and it's happening. Look at that, 6 kills. That's exactly what I want to see from that team.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't care too much about how much points and placement they've had so far, but we really wanted to see more kills from them, and they're able to do that in this game here. Let's look at the bottom half of the leaderboard for us and see what shapes up down there. Rise Esports were one of their first games on the bottom half here, obviously with not looking at the game where they I think they just had to go to bed at that point. They were like, all right, we're not going to play anymore, we're just going to chill. But no, jokes aside, Rise, but still with that consistent placement, consistent amount of kills, that they're making sure that they're staying on a good spot for that. Anything else that stands out to you here on the bottom half?
I think seeing intense game with 0 kills, 0 points, it's a little bit of outliner. It's not usually where we see them, of course, but you're always gonna have some of these games. But then again, you talked about Rise Esports, right? Being able to capitalize on that. Even they have a bad game, they still getting 5 points, which is really good. not just for the average, but overall that is a good morale into the team. Make sure, okay, we still got a few kills,
Right.
so it doesn't really matter. We're just gonna continue. They still have a great lead as well, a good cushion there to work with.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that was the match standings for us here. We are going to be jumping into our next game in a few minutes. We're going to be a little bit out from that, but we have to take a look at the MVP from this game. Let's see how that shapes up and who it's going to be. I think I know who this is. Obviously going to be Bravo with the 7 kills and 1200 damage. What an insane ratio for us.
I mean, the healing is not that much though. 264.
Right.
You gotta remember, he was knocked twice. He didn't have a armor left. He was totally broken at one point, but still being able to just like taking that much, dealing that much damage during that time. It's just good utility, good usage of the high ground. Again, it's great to see.
Yeah, good to see from Alpha 7, really showing that they are one of those contestants that are able to play at the absolute very top for us. They're one of the teams that we're expecting to be up here, and they showed us why they're one of those favorite teams and why they're one of those teams that are able to perform very well at international stages as well. For us, I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna be looking at the overall leaderboards here. Do you think we're gonna be showing some interesting moves, or is it just gonna be, dominance by Rise and Alpha 7 round?
I mean, it's definitely gonna be a big move up for Alpha 7. Also, of course, we saw Shocks that was down towards the bottom. They're also gonna move up a bit. I think they had 12 or 17 points in this game.
Right.
So it's great to see all of these kind of moves, and that also shows you how close it's gonna be on the leaderboard because of those. Actually going straight up to second place.
That's insane.
Why not?
Talk to our middle pack and our top part of the pack is so close. Just one good game. Now Storm Gaming is separating themselves a little bit from Black Dragons is 15 points. Quick is still hanging on there with 58, but still one good game. We can see so many shift from second to seventh place. Sort of a good cushion there for 22 points from Rise Esports down to Alpha for us, but Alpha with their first chicken dinner here in the league play, that really shows that they are in that top 3 and they belong to be there. And right now, from what I'm looking at, the top 4 that we currently have is the top 4 that I'm expecting that we're gonna see for a very long time and for a lot of games.
It definitely has been looking very dominant from the teams that are in the top 4 right now. But I would actually put one more team up there as well.
Right.
And that would be Black Dragons, currently on an 8th place. I would say they would totally fit in that top 4 as well. But so far, they're not up there. So, I mean, they're not doing the work yet. But again, look at the Quick Revenge show. They're keeping themselves up there. A little bit fewer kills than all the other teams.
Yeah.
And that's what we were talking about, right? They're really good at getting those placement points, but we want to see more kills. And that's kind of what we saw here in the last game, and putting up those numbers a little bit. Lohan alone, 4 kills getting in just the previous game. And yeah, it's a good show for them, and it looks good.
For sure. All right. Ross, bottom half of the overall leaderboard, we're going to take a look at it and see if anything else shaped up too much. Not too many differences with Bad Honor Souls and Vivo Keith going down 39 points respectively each to those guys, and 35 to Out of Battle. Shocks trying to hang on now, just 11 points behind Out of Battle, and NCC and Flamingo in 11.
Yeah, I mean, if Out of Battle didn't have such a good game as well, Shocks would have overtaken them basically. But right now, Shocks is just trying to catch up to that little mid pack, I guess, because I feel like Out of Battle is still part of that mid pack with the amount of points they have right now. And there's a high chance we'll see Out of Battle trying to push their way a little bit more, but also someone like Shocks Esports, because they've been doing a good job, and I want to see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, our bottom 4 teams are 0 points. They are not playing. They didn't qualify for this league stage. For us, we're going to be playing not next weekend. In 2 weekends, we're going to be playing another qualifying round. And then after that, we're going to be playing another league round and so forth. That's going to happen 3 times until we get to our league final. The top 16 teams that gotten the most points in those 3 weekends with the leagues, they're going to be playing in the final, where they're playing for the prize pool, where they're going to be playing to get to those America spots as well for us.
Yeah, those America spots, those are the ones that you really want. The prize money, it's just a bonus, because making it to the PMPL Americas is going to mean that you have a chance to move even further on to the PMGC after that. And that's where it's gonna matter the most. You want to be on the top there. You're gonna get so much experience just by being there, playing against some of the best teams in the world. Of course, we have some of them in here already, so you're already playing against some of them. So you get a lot of practice just being in here in this region alone.
All right, Frost, we're going to take a look at our head-to-head from our first 2 games with the MVPs here. And it's obviously going to be Revo with an insane amount of kills and damage.
Yeah, that is just amazing to see, right? Of course, now Alpha 7 is sitting on the 2nd place, but despite that, like before this, Alpha 7 was, I think they were on a 6th or 7th place or something like that. Despite that, Rebels have always been able to put up the numbers. It's just amazing to see, and this kind of tells the story, right, of how good Rebel is, how good this team actually is as well, and what kind of potential they have and why they're one of the top teams. But again, big props, of course, here to Arthurson as well, being able to be up here, and he's been putting up some phenomenal numbers as well for his team, of course.
Yeah, and obviously Alpha 7 are a top 10 team at the PUBG Mobile Grand Finals in 2021, and a team that's been able to consistently be taking those wins and taking those first places and taking those top 3 placements here in Brazil and also in our America stages throughout the previous achievements that they're able to prove us here. First, we're going to take a short look at the prize pool just to see the structure of how this format is playing out here. All the teams are getting an attendance fee of $6,000. That's all 20 teams. And then the rest of the teams are going to be fighting in the final, once we find those 16 teams, for another $7,000 for first place and an additional $1,000 for the MVP. And we're going to come back on the MVP, how exactly we calculate that. There's a calculation to it, and we're showing the MVP throughout. And that's obviously going to be shown. But another cheeky $7,000 for that first place for us. That's going to feel good.
That's always gonna feel good, and I mean, getting for both the first prize, place spot there, and the MVP is just also a lot of bragging rights, right? Not just in this region, but also on the international stage. If you can make it there, to be able to say, "Hey, I was the MVP of the region. You should be fearing me," and that's something you want to have on your CV.
Yeah, exactly. All right, PMPL here, 2022 Spring Brazil. We are 2 games done so far here for us, and we have 3 more to go. We're going back to a wrangle here. Any predictions on what teams you're expecting to see do well, or is it just going to be a case of all the teams that are being already at the top here, with the rich being richer?
I think there's a high chance we'll see Art of Battle doing a little bit better after this previous game here, and considering that they're looting Pachinki, they have so much ground to utilize, and perhaps they know what the issue was from the game 1, how they were taking a position they weren't really able to hold against teams crashing them, and hopefully they'll go for a better position this time with a quick rotation without losing people, and then get himself into the top again with a lot of kills.
All right, we're just 5 minutes out from the next game. We have 3 more games today. We're going to take a short peek at that overall leaderboard, how our games so far have shaped up. We're almost halfway. We're going to be playing a total of 8 more games. So Rise already being on 106 points is extremely impressive for us.
Yeah, super impressive. But of course, you can't take away anything from all of the other teams. It's still so close. It's still such a big middle pack. Like right now, even though, yeah, there is a little bit of a cutoff from here and there, but at the same time, it's basically one game, and Alpha 7 showed us here in the last one game put themselves from a 6th place up to a 2nd place, and that could be any of the other teams as well. Inco Gaming, if they have one good game, that's going to put them in the top 5 straight away. And I mean, being up there means that you're getting a lot of points, and the points will matter, because in the league play, you're just trying to accumulate as many league day points as possible to get into the top 16 and get into the finals.
Is there any teams that is kind of disappointing you here when we're looking at our top 10 so far for us?
I'd say Inco Gaming would be the one. I expected a little bit more after the qualifying games, but we saw them ended up on a 4th place, and they played so well on the Erangel games. Now coming in here, playing 3 games of Erangel every day, I'm expecting a little bit more, but so far it feels like they haven't really showed us the Inco Gaming that we saw during the qualifiers, and I hope that they are going to come back, hopefully in the next upcoming game here.
All right, let's take a look at the bottom half of the overall leaderboard once we get back into that, and we'll take a short look at and see how the overall leaderboard is shaping up, obviously. And Honored Souls is down here. That's a big surprise for me, but they're 39 points, tied with Vivo Keat, and that is like, it's close enough for them to have a good game, and they can be straight back into that middle pack for us.
100% they can, and I feel like one of their biggest downfall right now is the kill count. Only 17 kills, and we know that they can do much better than that. We've seen them that they proved that to us, and it's just not happening right now. And it comes down to the thing, right? When they're taking those kind of battles outside the first circle, they're getting stuck in bad positions, they're losing people all on those fights, and then it's kind of just a salvage game from there. I want to see them, if that keeps on happening, what you keep on doing is keep on playing like you were for people, keep on pushing people, keep on taking those fights, because that's how you're gonna gain something from it, despite you losing a player or two.
Yeah, and obviously INCC and Flamengo not yet really have gotten started for us with 11-point G tier. Sharks had a decent game in the last one, but they are a last day performer, so we could maybe see some more stuff for them tomorrow. We are almost halfway. Once we're halfway with this next game here, we're going to be exactly a point. 7 games played so far, 8 more to go here with a lot of wrangles, 9 in total. I gotta say though, Ross, I'm a little bit excited for our 4th game of the day. Sanok is going to be a bit of a wild card, as you're talking about here, and I think that's also what the teams are taking it as now that we're only playing it once, because it's a very hectic map. It's a very intense map with a lot of players close to each other already from the get-go.
Yeah, and I think we got to go back to the hot drop talk, right? With Alpha 7 Influence Rage. Now the Alpha 7 got that win, and pushed themselves to the 2nd place. And yesterday they cleaned out the Influence Rage without losing a single player. So it's going to be exciting to see what's going to happen. But that is one map ahead of us, though, because before that, we're going to go back to Erangel. And I mean, we had a good Erangel game in the last one. I want to see kind of the same thing, that shared dominance coming out from just one team being able to hold the ground. Like that's what you want to see. It doesn't matter what team it is. You want to see the teams being able to do those kind of executions.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be jumping on to Erangel again, guys. We're going to be flying a little bit over it before we get started with the games. We're about 1 minute out from the next game. Again, it's 3rd map of the day. We have 2 more after this. We're blessed with a ton of PUBG Mobile here from the PMPL Brazil for Spring 22 edition here for us. Again, 2nd map of the day. We've had the teams have had time to prepare from yesterday into the games today. I still want to see a little bit more aggression on those 2nd and 3rd circle. I want to see some of the teams contest a little bit more to try to get some of those center locations, because a lot of the center playing teams are playing very split and very greedy, taking multiple compounds despite only being 3 or 4 players.
Yeah, it could be down to that a lot of the teams, they don't want to change up too much of their strategies right now. From day to day, but we might be seeing that from week to week instead. So I feel like that could be the case, and that's why we're not seeing too much changes. But here we go, game number 3, lane number 3. We're gonna be on the western side, coming in from the north, so towards Sarki, and we're gonna go down and very western plane. What do you think about it?
This is a rough plane path in general. Like, there's gonna be so far to go all to the areas that we want to see the teams being able to go to. Novo's hard, Miltep is hard, Miltep Power is hard, Mansion, Prison, Lipovka, Kamishki, Yasnaya even is hard, and School in itself, you need vehicles just east of Pochinki to get to School. So if Out of Battle is a little bit cheeky, if they get on that high ground, flat top on the northeastern side of Pochinki and see some of those guys trying to float in and get even further towards the School, they could take some shots if they get some good guns from the very get-go here. Let's see if we see some change. If we're seeing someone contest some of the outer areas, that could also be a thing. But or even if somebody goes into Pochinki and say, all right, Out of Battle, you guys had a rough start to the league, we're going to take Pochinki away from you.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen, but it's always like, if you hot drop someone's wall, you got to make sure that you know what their strategy is, how they play that, how they drop, so you can actually counter it. If you haven't done your homework, there's a high chance that you'll just lose that battle without getting anything. First circle is pop. It's going to be a western circle, of course, with that western plane. So not going to be too rough unless you're going to go far out from where you, from the plane path itself. all the way to the east end. But I feel like that's not going to be the case when the teams have seen the circle now. They're probably going to stay decently close to where the circle is.
Yeah, you would expect so indeed. Now we are on board with Quick Revenge. I've been happy to see them kind of jump back at it and get some good games off the get-go here for us. If they manage to do well throughout the rest of the day, they're definitely going to be one of the teams that we're going to be taking a look at and maybe be putting into that. So we're saying, okay, this could be one of those top 5 contenders for those America's spots. We want to see them play up there. We want to see them contest, and we want to see them represent Brazil well. Rise, obviously, one of the teams that is definitely that is right now the team, because of how well they've been able to play so far, the team that we're probably saying the most. Together with Loops, what we've seen from them in the qualifying stage, those are the teams that we really want to see in there. And after the last game, Alpha 7 is also one of those 5 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's sheer part of dominance from these kind of teams, right? All of them being able to put up the performance and numbers that they should be putting up. Even though sometimes it's been a little bit lackluster, but it's always going to happen. And in the end, I feel like all of these teams that you were talking about, it's not going to have a problem qualifying for the finals to make sure that they can get in there and play for the 5 spots into the PMPL Americas.
Exactly. And let's see how well they're able to play out through this one and push in through and make some big changes forward. Alpha 7 here in North Georgia with a fat and greedy split for us, actually, in Sarki, in New Compound in Sarki as well with Carrillo. I feel like there's plenty of loot to be 4 people in all of North Georgia when you have both the west side and east side to yourself. But nope, Alpha 7's going to be like, nah, we're going to get all the loot on the Northwest. And a Western Circle here with this, it's actually one of those circles I really enjoy seeing here. There's a lot of potential to play, and I really love those kind of Southwest Quarry, swamp endings, and around that area, southwest of the Godcon compound, and in that areas in general. We'll see if Shox is able to benefit from having right now the second or best spot. Storm also looking really good to get into the next circle, and then we're going to be having the teams INTC and Vivo Keat Stars coming in from South Georgia.
Yeah. And again, it's the first circle, right? Even though we have some ward inside, there's still so much room to play. There's very good places to play. And it's going to be interesting to see where everybody's going to try to play from. And right now, Storm is making a moving from Gatka. Looks like they're just going to go for Observatory. Not a bad spot at all. We saw them win the fight against Shox over there in the first game. So they definitely feel comfortable. It looks like Shox is going to get closer to that area as well. As you can see on the map there, they're the yellow dots, while Storm is the purple/pinkish. And we might see another battle between those 2 teams.
Definitely could see that. See what is going to be happening. We're going to be following that. It's an early fight for a very, very good spot as well for us.
It is for sure. I mean, yeah. Again, you have the high ground there, and we saw what high ground can do in the last game here. So yeah, of course, everyone's gonna want to have that, and that's also one of the things, right? You got to be able to defend it as well, not just taking it, but being able to defend is so important, because else you're just gonna have teams crashing it because they know, oh, it's that team. Well, we know how to fight against them so well. Here we go, Shox and Storm, as we were saying by Observatory. Both of them like this place, and they're going to fight for it from the look of it.
That'd be great to see if they're able to fight the so-called God Compound. So strong, but what we've seen from teams recently and the kind of play style around it is that teams have been really good at pulling up below it and play uphill towards it and actually aggress it. And it's actually been quite rare that once we have the innings on the God Compound, that the teams that are inside is able to clutch the chicken dinner. Usually they get so much pressure, and there's so many teams around them that rarely get out and kind of survive that area, because it's kind of hard to defend with all those kind of lip that is biting under that part of the ridges there. We'll see where it's going to end, and all the teams are really pushing in to get center locations really early on. INTC in a good spot. Vivo Keat coming in as well for us. Could be seeing some early fights, as you were talking about.
Yeah, we definitely could see that. And you got to also remember that we had a very western plane. That means a lot of teams, they are going to be towards the western side, or at least that's what you're going to be expecting, right? I feel like this is way more split on the teams right now. We see a lot of teams a lot more to the eastern than you would expect. I feel like that's the same thing for the players and the teams in the game right now. So they might be a little bit more careful just because of that, and thinking, all right, there's going to be a lot of teams here. We take it step by step, not just going to throw us into something dumb here, but actually taking it very easy and making sure we don't lose people on rotations.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see what these guys are able to do. How well they are able to play for this one. So I'm a little bit surprised that Out of Battle actually has Pochinki to themselves and not been able to be able to get more points out of that situation. Pochinki is by far the best spot to loot, especially if you're uncontested and you don't have any teams looting close to you. Storm, these are the riches I'm talking about here. You're able to get so much information from them. Shots are coming in for Christian from Flamengo. They're knocking one of the guys from Black Dragons, and it's just so unfortunate for Black Dragons. Like, once they're down to 3 players, it's just a whole different playstyle that we see from them, Frost.
Yeah, and it's been kind of what they've been doing the whole day today. I feel like it's kind of the same thing, and it's not a good look. Let's put it that way. We want to see more from them, and of course, it could be something that we could see, but them losing a player is not good. But hopefully, I want to change that up, right? I want all of the teams to be able to just like, oh, we lost a player. Well, we just got to keep on going like nothing has happened, because that's how you're going to win the games. You want to keep on just pushing and not just tunneling down. And but it's easy to say, hard to execute. We've been there. We all know about it. How easy it is to just like, oh no, we lost one. Well, we don't want to take any fights now. It's going to be so much harder. All the other teams, they're going to have one man up on us. It's not really good, but you know, maybe that's the best play, trying to go for replacement points. But no, it's not. Go for the kills.
Get the kills. Get in there. Stick them in, and make sure that you get those kills and get those points. As you're talking about in our opening and qualification stage here, with the placement points that is being distributed and the kills that are available, it's very, very close to 50-50. There's obviously, if it comes down to a 1 versus 1 and all the kills have been taken by players, there's 63 points available. But usually we see a few people deny the kills, and often it's teams that are alive, 2, 3, and 4 players that are winning it. So just to say it's 60 points available from kills, then around the other half, it's 49%, 50 to 1%-ish that is coming from points. So it's very, very hard to be consistent in placement points compared to if you're focusing on getting those, consistent, a minimum 4 kills per game if you're able to do so.
Right, that's why I like the early aggressiveness. If you can be able to capitalize on that, because you're basically securing yourself at least a decent game no matter what. 100 souls. We talked about them earlier, how we want to see a little bit more from them. They're currently sitting on the bottom half of the leaderboard. They get a few shots, some pot shots on Flamengo, but it's not gonna be much more than that for now.
Ooh, shot coming in. Igor Sara. This could be big. Oh, what a fantastic play coming in from the northern side. Shots from Mythic. Again, this guy, Mythic, is such an all-star player.
It's a reason why he's the MVP time after time after time. It's why he's burnt into MVP. Why he's burnt into the image is burnt into my screen.
All right, Lohan, what are you able to do? He's getting the info. Nobody's pushing, but they are split. Frost, they are in a situation where we don't have all the players on the same half of that.
Yeah.
I like the teams that are thinking about this. All right, we could push here, we could do some, but there are a full team of prevention here, and it's currently only second circle. So this decision to breach this right now would not be the smartest. You don't want to invest too much unless you're certain or almost certain that you're going to have a really good spot to play from. Now, Black Dragon's talents has gone down. That's Loops, Frost. Loops has been able to step up and really show how well they're able to play in the creative qualification stage and replicate that onto our league play here.
And yeah, we can see that Black Dragons, they're just gonna go back now. They don't want any part of this. Loops gets Toiko back up on his feet as well. So, I mean, it's basically just a free point for Loops there. Not much more than that. And they're gonna get themselves a little bit of loot on top of course. I don't know how much they actually need though, but looking at it, it looks like they need a bit because they're all just hugging it and they're saying, oh, I want this, I want that. Do you want anything? No? Okay, I'll take it all then.
I'll just take, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me all of it. They're getting in there and sticking in to make sure. All right, quick revenge in Lohan. What are you able to do? Can you make things happen here? Or are you going to be able to get some more? No, he's just swapping in between Rafinha with a knock onto Fokosian. Rafinha, and like he's been again and again been able to do magic, make things happen. Right now we are on the forest just south of the chopsticks, south of Gatka. Oh, that's a yeet.
It's sad to see Fokosian getting knocked first, because I feel like it's happening a lot of times.
Black Dragons yeeted that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It was a knock from Rise, from Rafinha, I believe. And Black Dragon's like, oh, there's a free point over here. I guess I'm taking it. Mine now. All right, intense game. Oh my god, a Western Circle like I've never seen before. There's one team in there. It's Vivo Key. They're all jumping in their cars, and then they're going to be sending it to the center compound to play that as soon as possible.
Alpha 7 coming in from the north, though, they're going to be in a really good position because they're the only team coming in from up there. So they're going to have some free space to play with. They're going to go super far into that circle, probably.
All right, intense game. Let's get some intense rotations forward. Chief. Oh no, this is going to be rough. Oh, that's a good knock there from Chief. The consistency from this spray from the 3x is just looking so good. All right, Loops also has to move. Like everybody has to move. And since it's a northwestern circle for us, the pressure from the south and from the east is going to be massive. Alpha 7 is getting such an easy entry to this circle here.
A lot of teams think that they're the first ones to rotate in, so basically going to try to take the slow, quick, not slow, the quick rotation, the short rotation into the next circle here. It's not the best choice, but right now a lot of teams are going towards the center. So even if you're a little bit late on the south and the eastern side, it's not the worst case, because you're still going to get yourself pretty far into the circle.
Yeah, for sure. All right, what do you see here from Black Dragons? One knocked player, Ragnar, last player alive for that one. That could going to be a rough one for Black Dragons. We love what we saw from them and what we know that they're capable of, but they need to step it up here if they want to have a good start to the league. They want to stay inside that top 4, really show that they are contesting in one of those top 5 teams. Ragnar jumping into one of those shacks. Do they follow him here? Does Myth try to play for that?
It looks like he wanted to push that, right? So it's just a matter of time from the look of it.
The mechanic from Marlon is just so impressive. More shots coming in. Oh, he has to reload. No! GG Play actually jumped out and was available for a really open knock forward. Now out of battle is getting Higar to start that down from Quick Revenge, and Quick Revenge is deciding, are we going to play here or are we going to go further north? INTC managed to stick themselves into that big warehouse compound with the twins on it as well.
Look at Alpha 7 with that split, though. They got a big 1-1-2 split right now. And I feel like they're just trying to take control and make sure that, okay, if the circle goes up again, we know that no one's going to be up here right now. And we can set ourselves up for a really good spot to play from. This is what you want to see from teams, right? They know where they like to play from, and they're going to do whatever it takes for them to get into that spot without getting contested.
Exactly. That is the thing.
That's one of the big things that you see from some more experienced teams. They're going to try to do these kind of moves and set themselves up for the upcoming circles. They're playing basically a game of chess. They're 3 steps ahead of all the other moves right now. Make sure, no matter what happens, we know what the next move is.
Ooh. Spicy circle goes up, doesn't have too much water in it, but INTC is looking fantastic. And Vivo Key, that had the absolute alpha picking, had the wrong compound. Unfortunately, they're going to have to play alongside that ridge, and they're going to have so many teams that's going to be pushing them. We want to see the triple MVP, Adrian, and the guys from Vivo Key Stars jump in there and really defend that area to get a lot of kills from that position.
It's not the worst case, though, still. No, it's still pretty decent.
But it's going to have so much pressure from the teams coming in from the south.
Yeah, but if you can keep them off, you might just start a battle between all the teams trying to get inside, meaning that you're pinching them one by one. They're going to start layering up. All right. Oh, whoa, what's going on here? Everyone wants a part of GG Play. You're going to take him down. And it looks like Zeus Dex is going to get knocked by Mufasa, though. And they're still playing just outside the circle. They're trying to get inside. See, There's a lot of teams, they know that, okay, this is going to be a rough one to get inside. We're not going to be the first team, but we definitely don't want to be the last team. And if we're going to be the last team going inside, at least we're going to grab some kills with us. And this is a good opportunity, trying to grab those kills, some people trying to rotate, catching them off guards. Look at all those knocks over there.
That's an insane headshot from that range for us with the 3x from Rafa or a catch. Storm Gaming under pressure. Nades are coming out. This could be a big one. Cardoso is low. Cardoso is very low. It's gonna be an arc. Artusin again, our former VB.
Nice.
Showing more. Can he get another one? He saw Demeanor on this. Nope. That's a failed nade right there inside the shack. Gonna go again. He's gonna try and throw that out. That looks like you. I'm trying throwing nades against yourself and your teammates. Shot coming in though from Part 6. Art of Battle in a massive contest to keep the
free kills,
high ground control on the radio tower here for us.
Yeah, and they have free kills so far. That is great to see them utilizing that spot that we're talking about, having one of the best spots to start the games off from. I'll keep on going. I'm actually surprised that the teams are finding such good spots to play from without like battling each other out too much. It could definitely have battles coming into a circle like this than what we've seen so far.
For sure. Mufasa takes some shots as well. Can we see some more things? Oh, he's actually getting it. Saru knocking Luis Sarta from Flamengo. And Flamengo is going to be out. The one kill. Lohan, somebody's trying to tickle his feet with those bullets. Nothing's connecting just yet.
Ooh, yeah,
Quick Revenge is like, ooh. There's 2 guys alive here. They're looking okay. They are inside the circle. And this open area and this field here in general for us is really, really hard to survive and push anywhere from unless you have an absolute insane amount of utility.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you can maybe perhaps like use the other teams to your advantage, like basically using them to make them push in front of you and scouting out where they're getting shot from, and you'll get all that information.
Exactly. All right, what do you have here, Rise? They're going to be pushing on as a team coming out from this position late, but onto a position on the fields that they can actually play. There's some dips that they can play out from, but INTC is looking very good, uncontested and in combat right now. But I actually see them being pushed soon by a team by Alpha 7 or Fact Esports on the northern side. They could breach into that warehouse quite easily, and it could be a big fight. If INTC is lucky, it's going to be the same time from Fact and A7, and they're going to have a big fight there. Rise, though, shots.
I really want to see INTC do good in this game with that positioning.
Mufasa.
They really need that right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. We're able to do here are more shots coming in, connecting. Oh, was that a headshot? That's a half HP and 1 shot from the DP28. Every time I see this gun, I'm just thinking this gun literally shoots plates out from that, but nope. It's just a circle loader. Magazine style, absolutely lovable gun.
7 kills on them right now.
Oof,
it's just
good for Mark. This is what we needed to see from them, pros.
Exactly, this is what I've been asking for the whole day, and they just been delivering. But they are going down on 1 by 1, paying last man standing. This is the cast curse that we always talk about. It is happening right now. Stop talking about Art of Battle. All right, let's talk about someone else. Who do we talk about? Alpha 7, where are you?
Pain on low HP. He is in literal pain right now. Good nade coming in. He has actually been found by Hurgozin from Fact Esports. That is Art of Battle out in 8th place. 6 kills for Rise. And now Rise is able to make something happen here. Fact Esports going to get attacked by Mythic and his nades.
Nade in Mythic's hands. It's always dangerous.
Situation.
Okay. He hasn't found anyone yet, but this man has unlimited amount of nades in his backpack. I don't think I've ever seen him not have like.
It's a good one.
There you go.
Going down.
That's the first one. Keep it going. Yes. That's what I'm saying, right? He never runs out of nades. This man is made of nades.
He has a special backpack with a lot of nades attached to it, and now they're actually making the pressure happen onto Fact Esports, and they're taking control of the eastern side for us. I like what I'm seeing from them so far.
They literally, like, if they push out Fact Esports, which is basically what they're doing right now, they're gonna have so much control, and that is gonna be needed in this kind of circle. Right now, you have INTC on the north side, you have Alpha 7 on the west side, Vivo Kid on the west side, and Quick Revenge in the middle. But the circle is gonna move to the western side.
God.
It's a hard
shift, bros. That's an insane shift. Rise has to finish off Fact, get into their cars, and fight on that southern side. They actually have a dip that they can play.
No, they don't need to. Yeah, they could just go for it straight away right now. Just dip off. Maybe leave Mythic over here to fight Fact Esports by himself. We've seen him being able to do that kind of stuff, while the rest can rotate in and grab that position. Looks like Mustafa is already on the rotation. You can see the orange dot there moving downwards into a vehicle on the minimap.
Dipping out. That's like, all right, guys, let's get the cars. Let's just leave.
I mean, they all know they're not going to benefit from playing this circle.
No,
Quick Revenge, though.
Oh, Quick Revenge. Mufasa. They're already on a good spot here, but no. Fact Esports is sending it straight to the center.
That might be a mistake. Big mistake, I feel like. It's too center right now. You're going to get pinched by all the other teams going into that center spot. There's no cover to play. Mufasa.
That was a throw from Rise.
He didn't see. Oh, no.
Fact Esports with the smokes. They're actually getting the rest off. They might be able to do something here, but Alpha 7 is making a lot of work and doing magic on the western side against Vivo Key. We really haven't seen that too much because we've been so busy with Rise, with Quick Revenge, and with Fact Esports fighting Nunez. INTC has also been kind of silent, but now they're moving into the fields for us. 4 guys alive as the only team. INTC with 0 kills. They need to get into this battle now to get the most points out of this game so far.
They've been sitting in that compound for so long. They should have a lot of utilities. Only team, as you're saying, with 4 men up. The second team would be Fact Esports with 3 men up right now. But slowly but steadily, they might get picked off. This might be a big battle. If INTC can do something about this, they need to get up on their feet. They need to shoot back right now. They can't just take the bullets.
Oh, they need to make something happen here for sure. Corelio finishing off as much as possible. What an absolute insane game and play from Alpha 7 here again. A back-to-back really good game from them. Top 5, 4 kills, 3 guys alive. INTC with 4, but there's a knock on their team.
Look at Rise though, they have 2 members up, but the position they're taking compared to Fact Esports, both on the eastern side. Now Rise is sitting in a really good spot because they're not too greedy going into the center of that circle, getting pushed by all the other teams. So it's really good, but looks like Mythic might be overstepping a little bit. He's getting really close to Diego. We can see it on the minimap on the top right there. And Alpha 7 still trying to hold the ground up here.
That's a nade. Diego's down to so little. Just coming out to Nunez.
Good shots.
Renians from INTC. This is the game that they needed. They're securing themselves top 4 right now, and they are 3 guys alive as the only team for us.
They can't get all 4 back on their feet, but they gotta remember that progress over there. And look at that new circle though. That's gonna be in INTC's favor right now. If they can get that revive off. Ooh, Nate's coming down over there. But it looks like Alpha 7 might be helping INTC out a little bit. If they get that revive up, they do.
In fact, Esports is close.
They have the circle.
He's nading them. Look how low they are. Look how low INTC is. They're literally 2 guys on 5 HP. Fact Esports is making a lot of pressure onto that. Mythic is really waiting for Alpha 7 though. Shots are coming in, connecting one, knocking one of the guys.
Where's the nades? Here they go. Here comes the nades. He got one at least. Let's see if he can make it work. Good nade coming out. Oh, it's a double!
Oh my god, Mythic.
To take out Alpha 7 out of this game. And he's going to get the revive on Nunez as on top of that as well. That is a huge win for them. Now, you have Prague from Fact Esports in the center between INTC and Rise. Rise only 2 men up. Fact Esports got 1 man up, while INTC got all 4 back up on their feet right now.
All right. What's able to go down here? INTC needs to close this game out. They have had such a rough performance beside the game that had to be remade on Miramar. They deserve this win. They've been fighting for it. Rise with 10 kills. 2 players left standing only though. But nades are coming in. Prague is knocking one of them. They're helping. Shots is coming in. Rise has been spotted. Mythic gone down to a little lower than 75 HP.
But I think Mythic is just inside the next circle there, and looks like Nunez might have gone just outside the circle on that hay bell, so he might need to just go prone and go a little bit. But right now, he's just trying to gather some information.
Good nade.
Oh, Mythic is super low already.
Boom.
And it hits. Good nade. Nunes is not going to get that revive.
Renyans.
INTC taking control. They are a 4-man up versus 2 solo members here. One from Fact Esports. It's going to be Prague. And also Nunes from Rise Esports. Look at this. Nedos, he knows.
Gets one.
Where's
Prague
the trade? There it is. Now they're going to keep on
Nunes is
pushing.
gonna push. No, Nunes didn't get anything. There's just too many players from INTC, and it's a winner-winner chicken dinner for these guys. We're not gonna count it as 2, but what a great way to get back onto the leaderboard with a winner-winner chicken dinner for these guys, for us.
Great to see them being able to bounce back. This is one of the hardest things to do. When you're down very low, it's so hard to bounce back. But INTC keeping together, and look at what they did. They kept all 4 grouped up. They were playing a compound, holding that one for themselves, and then moving out as a unit. And this is the key, right? This is one of the best things you can do when you're down that low. It's gonna be much easier for you to play. So they just played by the books and worked out great for them this one.
All right, Frost, we have 2 more games to go here for the PMPL Brazil Spring 2022. We're going to be right back with a Sanok game after this short break. Guys, stay tuned. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Spring Pro League here for 2022. Frost, we just had an absolutely insane game here, and INTC, they managed to clutch it out, managed to make some good rotations, and managed to get the good game that they needed to springboard themselves straight back into that middle pack.
Yeah, it's great to see, right? Them being able to bring it back after being down so far. And I mean, you see here, Nedos being far out, he gets knocked, but the team is working together to get him back up on his feet, and it was super important. Time after time, Nedos is a key player. We see him going first, and he's not afraid to take any barrels. Look, again, he's the front man, being in front of everybody else. And by taking that kind of grounds, a player like Nedos, he's making sure that his teammates can move up. It doesn't matter if he gets knocked, if he gets killed, because he knows that he's grabbing so much information, and he's grabbing so much ground for the team itself. And that's what you love to see from a team like that, being able to utilize every single member to a full extent.
It was so close that Fact Esports actually was able, and Prague was able to get a knock with 2 players after dealing initially a lot of damage with those nades there. But unfortunately for Fact Esports, he wasn't able to do so, and that opened up them being 4 guys alive with full HP again, been able to push out on Rise and then push onto himself as well. Nice effort here from Fact Esports. They also needed a decent game, and they managed to get a top 3 with Rise getting the 2nd place.
And the thing is, Prague played that so well, just using the utilities as much as possible, because he's not really gonna get seen. He's not gonna get hurt by the other teams when he's just using that. They need to keep on guessing, where is he throwing these nades from? Where are they coming in from? And he couldn't really stand up and go for the kill after that, because as soon as he would stood up, he would get shot both from the back and from the front.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Frost, let's take a look at the top damage dealers, killers, and playmakers in this one here to see how many assists was coming on for it. And obviously, it's going to be a game where it's going to be hard to see, but it's actually Rise. Mythic again. Mufasa is actually also on 4 kills, but he's 34 damage behind Mythic, and that means he's above him on the total kills, and also going to be on top of him with 800 damage. The Rise is just, they have such a standout performance again and again, and nice to see Proc there in 3rd place for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. I don't know how they do it, how they keep on putting themselves up there. Like, they're just on another level right now. Last week in the qualifiers, we're talking about Loopsy on another level, but right now Rise is the one. They are the one who is just showing big time, and this is where it matters more, right? You're gathering these points to make yourself secure a spot to the finals, but also you're just basically, they're just bullying all the other teams right now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Frost, we're going to be taking a look at the match standings from this 3rd game. We have 2 more games after this one, Frost, and it's obviously Rise that's going to steal that total points 1st place, but it was actually INTC that won the game for us.
INTC did win the game at 2 points short of Rise. That is once again keeping up that average so high. It's just amazing to see. But Fact Esports as well, great to see. I've been looking forward to see a little bit more from them. Them being able, with Prague, of course, in the end, they're able to put up 15 points. And Alpha 7, they are coming slowly but steadily back alive. And nothing less to say about that, but Out of Battle, 6th place, 7 kills. Yes, that is what I want to see.
Again,
slowly they are getting those kills. We've been asking for it because they've been able to get those placement points. Now they're getting the kills. Now they just gotta combine these two together and be able to get those placement points and kill points. It would be so sweet to see.
We asked for the kills, but what if we ask for a chicken dinner? Are they gonna supply that as well? We'll see.
100%. You're the prophet, right?
That is true. Yeah, right. Yes, but that's only with circles. That's not with wins just yet. You know, I predicted yesterday in our Sanok game that's going to be a team with I, and you know, I'm not feeling confident enough to call it today. Even though A could look good, it could look good. There could be a chance for it, but there's not as many chances for it. Well, let's see. We might be able to throw that in once we get onto Sanok, our wild card. But let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard for the match standings here for us and see how that turns out. Gonna be Influence, Rage, and Black Dragons, and Inko down here with 3 each. Basically all the teams got points in this game for us.
It's not always you see that. It's great, but at the same time, getting that 1 to 2 points, it's not a lot. It's not a lot. So I wouldn't count too much on it. A team like Intense Game and Storm Gaming, we've seen them be able to pull up so much more. We're expecting a little bit more from them. And then you have a team like Flamengo. They've been struggling a little bit too much right now. I want to see them step it up a little bit. We haven't kind of not seen anything from them yet, and it kind of hurts to see that, right? You want to see them do better. We've seen them do a little bit better in the qualifiers. We know that they're capable of doing it. They just need to pull that out.
All right, for us, we're going to be jumping into our MVP of the game, and I think there's no chance there's going to be it's probably going to be someone we've seen again.
It's already on my screen here.
There it's the same guy. It's this guy. But it's good. He looks happy. He looks smiling. I wonder if, you know, those ticks in his eyebrows is for how many MVPs he's gotten in PMPL so far. And once we're done with it, he's going to have to remove all of his eyebrows. There's just simply not enough space for that MVP there, but he's looking good. Mythic here on screen for Rise. 800 damage, 200 healing. These guys had such an incredible game. They always managed to clear up Fact, but Fact actually ran away from that fight. And Rise took a kind of swing on the southern side and took the fight to them again. And elsewhere, Mythic was able to clean up Alpha as well, Alpha 7 Esports, before they tried to get into that situation. But yeah, obviously INTC was the winner of the last one, but they just didn't have enough kills to contest for that MVP spot.
Yeah, I do want to see though how many nades this guy has thrown during the league so far. I mean, every single game, every single game, he just keeps on just grabbing a new nade out of his backpacks. It feels like it's a bottomless backpack of grenades. That's all he has in it. He doesn't need any meds. He doesn't need any ammunition. All he needs is some nades, and he'll gonna do all the work that you need to get all of those points and get that MVP, of course.
Utility is super it's not underrated, but it's super important here, and the teams and the players that are able to utilize using smokes, using nades, using molotovs are usually some of the teams that gets the most benefits in the fight. They open up these fights with a knock. They open up these fights with a smoke where they put themselves in, where they can peek and play and push from, and you can really see Mythic's utility and damage from utility is so high. So it's good to see that he's continuing to do so, because you can really see how confident and aware, and his game sense is so high that he's fully sure and certain that he can put a nade exactly where he's seen players be. So good to see that Mythic is in there as well.
But not only that, but he's also putting himself into those positions, which means that he needs to be very close to the enemies and to be able to pull out those kind of nade kills and nade knocks. But he's able to do that without getting himself knocked. He's getting close to the enemies, and he knows, I'm in a safe spot. They can't peek me because I have my teammates behind me that is covering. So if they peek over, they're gonna get shot. And this is the thing, right? This is called teamwork. And Rise Esports right now is doing a phenomenal job in terms of their teamwork.
All right, Frost, we're going to take a look at the overall standings and see how it shapes up after 8 games. We have 7 more to go, 2 more today, and Rise on 128 points, Frost.
I mean, what can you say about that? I don't even know. They're averaging 16 points per game after 8 games. This is nothing short of just impressive. They're still the only team with triple digits, even though Alpha 7 is getting close, 2 points away. But they are just putting up the numbers, Rise, time after time. It doesn't matter. It just feels like nobody can stop them, even though you see teams like Alpha 7 right now and Loops being able to basically dominate everybody on the battlefield. It's still Rise Esports that we're talking about.
Right, and especially with Alpha 7 from 2nd down to 4th, they're putting a bit of a cushion on that. 24 points difference, Loops in the middle of it. Our top 3 is actually shaping up to putting themselves a bit ahead. Influence Rage, Intense Game, and Storm Gaming on 74 and down to 70. Still able to have a good game and kind of contest for that top 3. But right now in this league here, we are playing to get as many points as possible to make sure that you have a top 16 spot to put yourself into that final, Frost. Let's take a look at the bottom half before we get into our next game here. We're about a minute and a half out. Inco Gaming and Out of Battle on a shared 43 points, Frost.
Yeah, INTC, as you can see, the only team with a chicken dinner, they just got that one. But that is gonna repel themselves up there on the leaderboard. They basically had 11 points going into the previous game here, and that is very needed for them. And look at this, now they are contesting for that middle pack, and that is great to see because we know that is where they belong. We've seen it time after time, but they've just been struggling a little bit. But again, they're getting those juicy points, and it's gonna be really good for them moving forward here.
Okay, Frost, we are gonna be having a short round of predicts here, and my predict it's gonna be a team with A in their name is gonna win this Senate game. What do you think?
How many teams?
Is that a bold prediction for you? I mean,
that would be Alpha 7 and Out of Battle, right?
No, I'm saying A in their name. Influence Rage.
Oh, A in the name.
Alpha 7. Yeah.
So basically half of the teams.
Flamingo also.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. What do you think?
You know what? I'll pick a team that has a.
All right, we're in the game, Frost.
Okay.
We're gonna be on the south side of this, going from the west side to the east. Our only game of Senak today, and it's just gonna be an intensive one here because it's obviously a smaller map. There's a lot less playable area and space.
E. Someone with E.
No. Esports doesn't count. Esports doesn't count.
It does.
No.
It's an E. It's in their name.
You can't. That's not how it works. It doesn't work like that.
What do you mean? Of course it works.
It's not me making the rules. You cannot choose E.
Who's making the rules, Sam?
I guess I'm making the rules. You cannot choose E.
You're not making the rules. I'm making the rules.
You cannot choose E.
And I say it's okay.
All right, Alpha 7 and Influence Rage.
Yes. This is what we've been waiting for. For a full day. Yesterday, we saw this happening. Qualifiers, we saw this happening. Last time, it was Alpha 7 taking out Influence Rage 4-0. What is going to happen this time?
They actually didn't go for the lobster. They didn't contest the lobster. They're taking around on the north side, and then they're going to be attacking here.
Well, I wouldn't be too sure about that. Look at Carrillo. He is in here. And that's the thing, right? It's kind of like, yes, it is. It's a great skinner as well. But
yeah.
Look at this. Oh, he's hearing this.
On my screen, I'm trying to look around the corner as well.
Oh, that DBS. Come on.
Okay, DBS. Okay, they know. They're fully aware of each other's position right here.
Okay. This is interesting. Where's the rest of Alpha 7 right now? You gotta be able to trade if something happens to Carrillo here. They need to be a little bit closer, but they also need to gather information. Where is the rest of the team from Influence Rage before they start pushing in?
Rilio with the silent jump.
I'm just gonna put it out there. Both Alpha 7 Esports and Influence Rage has an E in their name. Carrillo taking a nade, goes down to half HP. Only got bandages, no first aids. Only got one little booster to work with as well. Meanwhile, looks like they're gonna try to get a little bit closer. Rebel does have the. Did he not have a weapon? Did Rebel not have a weapon up there?
I'm not sure. I mean,
I bet he could come down and do some Superman punches, I guess.
They're trying. This is such a Mexican standoff. Like, they're trying to bait each other so much. They're trying to get information to see what's happening. Law from Influence Rage off to the side. Are they able to make something happen here? He's just making sure nobody pushes in from the other warehouse for us.
Exactly. He's just holding his angle, getting the information. It seems like they know that Rebel
needs to have a gun. Like, by this time, he needs to have a gun. It's 3 minutes in. He needs to have a gun. Especially being the MVP player for Alpha 7.
You know what? He doesn't need any guns, I guess.
I mean, if it was Mythic, I was just going to be like, just give this guy, give the guy 5 nades, and it's going to be a GG.
It looks like he does have a weapon now. He's holding some sort of angle there. Looked like it was some sort of weapon in his hands. Hard to tell from this distance, though. Law still holding down here. But as you can see, Swag is doing kind of the same thing, right? He's holding from the other warehouse. So basically, both of these players, they're just the holders.
Yes. M16.
Rebel doesn't have a gun.
He had an M16.
Oh, he did? Okay. Oh, yeah. He has a micro as well. All right.
He has a micro as well. Yeah, he had M16. I just saw the skin.
Okay, good.
But it wasn't loaded. It was red. So that's it. Does he have bullets for it? Did Mafioso take the bullets with his M249? Did Carrillo take the bullets, or what's going on? But you have a micro Uzi, it's fine. But
you can't ask for a much better gun in this situation.
Yeah, for sure. But like, again, we're playing this map once.
Pedro with the nade. This could be huge.
Oh no! We don't want to see Nicholas. Get back! Get us back! We want to see Influence Rage and Alpha 7.
Nicholas,
Black Dragon doing okay so far, but we want to see them stay together for us. We want to see them as a full four-man. We want to see them play as a unit, because that's where we know they're playing the strongest.
All right, Black Dragon's currently on the northeastern side of the map. They are outside the circle. We saw the first circle popping. I mean, it's sad. Basically, the first circle basically contains the whole map, as you can see, except for, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams that is not inside. It's very unusual. You see 4 teams not being inside the first circle on Saturday.
Yeah, it's massive. The first circle is literally 2.5 kilometers wide. Like, it contains so much area. And you can have so many of the teams inside. Intense game. Chilling. It's looking good for them. They're going to have plenty of loot here. I'm still curious. Are we still having
that standoff?
We're still having that standoff here. Obviously, we want to show the other teams how they're doing to show their stats off as well. INTC with a knock onto for Christian. It's just a fight that we want to see for sure. Two of the bottom teams fighting each other. Obviously, INTC just had a good game, but they had so few points that they're not going to be moving up just yet. They need to have another good game. Running away 0. Well thought.
But they do have a knock. They do have a knock on Flamengo, but it's going to... a trade is going to come in. Smokes are going to go down. Fierce. He's basically alone on this side. Yeah, he's alone on this side. His nearest teammate is on the other side of the compound across the road. So if he goes down here... But he doesn't. He's got to get that one. Yeah, not losing too much HP. Able to take another fight if needed. Got one first aid. He's going to utilize that. Oh! Not from Nettles on the other side.
Fantastic backup from him.
Oh, that, yeah.
That
sideline is just insane.
Flushing
those points. Zero is still knocked. They haven't gotten that revive yet. Koshin is down.
Brendan is down to 1 HP shots. Those with a good knock as well. Now NCC can push onto Flamingo. Flamingo just has one player left. He's going. Maxon is going for the insta revive. But shots coming towards him. Nice push from Nettles Frost. What a play from them.
Bold play from NCC, but I feel bad for Flamengo, man.
Yeah.
They should have had that one. They had the compound. Oh, look at this. It's like what we saw 3 minutes ago.
Wait, somebody moved away and started looting on the south side, but like the circle is fine. They can stay here for another 10 minutes.
They can stay for another 2 circles probably. Yeah. Just like, hey, you want to make the first move? No, me neither.
And that's the thing, when we're playing third person, you have so much advantage being the one that is being pushed. If you're the one aggressing and pushing, it's going to be hard. Now, Storm Gaming here with Shocks, with a big fight. Dudu pushing, baiting the peak first. Free Fire's coming in through the window, and it's going to be deployed from Dudu.
Gotta be careful, you don't want to... All right.
Oh, good push there from Marlon. Trading back and forth. Storm is down to just Dudu. Dudu's been found, and it's going to be Zoostex clutching it for Shocks. He's going to be able to get all these team members up because they're all alone here, and I don't think they're going to be third party just yet, but we see a little bit of a standoff still. Not much has changed for influence range in Alpha 7. Nobody wants to be the aggressor. Alpha 7 has the most points out of these 2 teams, so they can afford being the aggressor. They can afford being in there. But influence rage want to defend this.
The thing is,
to my calculation for us, I think influence rage is one tie where Alpha 7 ran out. Influence rage is 1-1, and Alpha 7 has 1-1. But Alpha 7 won the most recent one here in the league play.
But the whole thing is that nobody is losing anything on what they're doing right now.
Right.
Because they know this winning this fight alone for both of the teams is more important than winning this game for both of them. And that is why this is taking so long, why no one is trying to make the move. They want the other team to make the first move. They want to be able to spot the other team and try to get that initial knock before making a decision on to push or not.
All right. 100 souls and Shocks here for us. They are actually in a pretty good spot in the circle, just southeast of 100 souls is engaging with the nades. Shocks is holding back. Shocks is hurt from the fight that they just had. They are obviously full HP, but they have broken vests, potentially broken helmets. 100 souls is fresh, straight out of looting, coming into this battle here. Circle is going to be moving closely soon together, and we're going to see the new circle. We're down to just 14 teams, 55 players alive. And Shucks Esports is defending this compound. I don't see them moving out just yet because 100 souls has actually managed to get into a really, really close engagement with Utility and snaking up onto this position, aggressing.
I really like Vivo Keys split right now. It doesn't look like a split, but they have 2 guys on each side of the river there.
Right.
Making sure that they have control and can move over both the west and eastern side, depending on where we're going to see the circle, and having full control over that area. It is so important. And basically, if you can learn how to play that one really well, maybe not in this game, but for upcoming games as well, it could be super important. And they're doing a good job holding that down right now, even though no one is attacking them, of course. But it's all about knowing the angles, setting yourself up, where you want to play from, what do you want to have, where can you move around without getting seen from this and that line of sight and so on. They're learning all of that. Of course, they're really good at that already, but basically getting a little bit more knowledge on how to play it out right now in a lobby like this.
Yeah, and what we just saw on the map was a second circle pop, and Loops is chilling inside the center of the circle. A lot of space is available in the southwest, and it's a 35-ish to 65 chance of going the other way. Right, Shucks. Aggressing a little bit onto 100 souls. Actually looking pretty good here. with a flush coming on to Pedrinho. Now on its souls. He's just trying to hold on here. Semi, haven't seen too much of him just yet. But a level 3 helmet could definitely help in this engagement. Nino is off to... he's far away. I think is he disengaging? Is he trying to reconnect with his teammates? Or are they baiting to see if those shots coming from far away is going to be, these guys that are they're just trying to get a good opening on the Mythic, though. It's going to be opening up onto Black Dragons. And again, Black Dragons losing a player early. It's just not the type of play we want to see from Black Dragons. I love when they're full 4 guys strong together. Such a strong situation for them. We killed so far for Rise. 5 for Shocks. 4 for INTC.
INTC just continuing on that run, It's great to see. And as you're saying, Shocks as well. They really need it. Push themselves up on the leaderboard a little bit more. We've seen some great stuff from them today. I feel like they have a little bit more to give us, and that's what we want to see.
It's actually pretty fair. If we're not counting the esports here for us, it's actually kind of fair with how many teams has an A and how many teams has an E. Rise,
right? That's what I'm saying.
Cheat Stars, Flamengo has both an E and an A, and it will be a tie between us. Storm Gaming has an A. Quick Revenge has an E. Rise, obviously a big one with the E. Influence Rage has both E and A. Myth pushing onto this. He did get a knock. Pushing in aggressively. Phoenix with a really good hold.
It's the first
Dropping
knock.
to the other gun. Getting more damage done. Trying to pre-fight. Getting shot from the back. He's just trying to jump in the window there. Shots are coming in. He's gonna get knocked. It's Phoenix down. It's now just 2 players, Reason and Dex.
Where are they?
Dex is trying to fade with the backup. Ryzen trying to get in for this. Trying to get some information. Trying to pre-fire with the barrel. Such a strong weapon in this close combat.
Good pre-fires, but it's not going to connect. Oh, look at this. Both of them just trying to pre-fire.
Risk cut off. He got a risk.
Yeah, Race is playing this really well. He was buying the time to get the revive, but Arnsolz is doing the same thing right now, and Sam is buying them the time. But he does go down. The revive goes off though. But can they hold this off now? This is the big problem. They're just sitting inside there. A nade, a Molotov, that would do huge damage. Doesn't matter because Riff is just gonna gun them down. Oh wait.
He's stuck in here. There are 3 guys holding this door. Nino cannot do anything. Molotov is engaged, and that is it. And that is Shocks Esports with now 2 guys knocked, but 8 kills. Looks like they're going to be able to get everybody off while the circle is closing, and it's going to be popping in just 5 seconds. This was such a good engagement for them. 8 kills. Good position to get into the next circle as well for us. What a great start for them here. And on back to the Mexican standoff in boot camp in the Lobster. It's Influence Rage and Alpha 7.
There are teams that definitely do not want to lose this fight. As we said, this fight is more important for these 2 teams than actually winning the game. That's why they're dragging it out. That's why they're taking so long. Because they know how important it is. They don't want to lose this one.
Oh! Whoa, Federer winning the Tommy Gun versus DBS battle. What a play from him. And able to catch that out. Oh, here we go. DBS traded though. Mafioso got one, but traded immediately. Now Swaggin coming in, taking shots, getting 2 down.
Oh, that is
2 versus 2. Law is down there. Revo's gonna get taken down, and that is all of the players from Alpha 7 out, and they're gonna get both of the rests off for us.
Exactly. They're gonna keep all 4 alive. This is huge for them. Again, this is a total swing out from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, it was the opposite. It was Alpha 7 winning with 4 members alive. But it didn't take us 15 minutes to finish that fight. It took about 30 seconds. This time, 15 minutes in, they're outside the next circle. That's why they decided, all right, we gotta do something, guys. We can't just stare at each other forever, or we can't just both die to the blue. That won't be fun. Let's do something about it. And Alpha 7, they took the charge. They tried to make something happen, but as we could see, it was a lot of trade back and forth. But in the end, Influence Rage, they stand tall.
All right. Let's see here what Inku is able to do in this situation. Circle has again centered up, and it's a very donut-y circle. Loops is sitting in the middle in a very familiar territory. They've had good games from this place before. Inko and Beggar are coming in from the south side as one of the only two, actually three teams. Art is on the way as well from Camp Charlie across the bridge. Vivo Keed is on the west side of Painang, and they have to decide, are we going to go through Painang, or are we going to try to take the center bridge to get into a good position? Now Netos from INTC, they have 4 kills, all 4 guys standing. We could see some more good stuff from them.
You can see not too many people on the western side, and it's because like it's about 30% of the circle that is over there, so there's a high chance that it will move over to the eastern side. Vivo Keys, of course, I talked about them earlier, having that little river crossing. Now they opt to go for the western side. They know there's going to be less players on this side. That means that we are safer to move inside. We can take and grab a good position. If we need to, we can cross later on. But for now, we're just going to try to hold our ground.
Quick revenge. A little bit of a standoff here. It's not a good spot, but Shock's actually super far away. Sustek's in a rough spot and situation if he wants to get into this next, but he has been the one advancing, trying to get closer to Quick Revenge, but Kapiao with the third person peeking over this ridge, or not the ridge, both the ridge and the little wall he has inside here is good. Shots coming in with the 6-6, such a good controlled spray in that distance. Mechanical skill on this guy is insane. I want to see more bold action shots from him. We saw him with the arm earlier on some of the qualification games, and he was knocking people left, right, and center with those headshots.
We got a new circle, but look at that. It's going to set you up on Pine now.
My God.
Vivo Key went for the western side. They're the only team. Well, Loops is basically inside as well. So 2 teams inside. Vivo Key, I think they're going to go for Painan. I think they're going to go on the outskirts, maybe on the eastern side of Painan, trying to take that very far eastern side, but on the north side of the river. And that would be a great place to hold down right now, because then you'll be inside, but you have escape route, and you can hold out other teams if the circle would move out. I have to wait and see what's going to happen there. Inko, they're going to go for the compound on the southeastern side, so they still keep themselves on the western side of the river. So right now, 12 teams alive, 2 teams western side of the circle, 10 teams eastern side of the circle.
I'm really hoping for an actual full Painang ending where it ends in the middle of the river, because then it's going to be like a split up city that is basically fighting both sides and trying to fight each other across. Really love those kind of endings, urban ending fightings. They're super interesting. Fantastic place to hot drop and fight as well, Painang is. We'll see how well Vivo Key is able to hold on to that. Actually, no A in Vivo Key's name, but an E for us, so you could be right in your prediction.
And look at this, Art of Battle. Stops with an E. My prediction is looking really solid right now.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Frost's fantastic facts is also coming into play here. With the 50-50 circle nearly onto Painang, and only 2 teams on the southwestern side.
All right, Shocks. I mean, it's great. I love to see this. Them sitting on 8 kills and still 3 people alive right now. Been asking for it. They've been delivering it. So there's not much more you can ask for, I guess. Maybe a chicken dinner? Yes.
Chicken dinner would be nice for sure. What are we seeing here from Rafa? The guys from Intense Game, 2 knocks on them. They need to make something happen here. Fighting against Loops. Rafa gone down. Oh my God, that's Intense Game out.
Clean.
In 12th place.
Oh, that nade did a little bit of damage, but not more than that. But yeah, they took down Intense Game. INTC is close by. Rice is just next to them, but Cardoza says, hey, I'll take out this MVP guy. Who is he anyway? Oh.
Oof.
You dodge?
I swear some of these guys are some of the most mechanically gifted players I've ever seen play.
Yeah. It's amazing to see.
Especially the guys with boy in their name. Oh, more shots coming in from Migo Sada. What an absolute
Migo Sada getting 2! Oh, it does go down.
Knock himself though. 4 kills so far. Shots are coming in onto Black Dragons from INTC. He's the last player standing. Can he get the rest off? It depends on the third party coming in from the southeast side for us.
Look, I'm just gonna say it. Every time we talk about a team, they just go out. Sharks just died after we talking about them. But the next circle is gonna go to Painan. We are gonna see an urban ending here on the Sanok game. And right now we have 2 teams in there. It's gonna be Vivo Key and it's gonna be Fact Esports inside Painan. Everybody else is spelling out here. Kadosing getting naded by Mufasa from above.
What a fantastic game from them so far. Played extremely well. Was able to clutch things out. Let's see though. Shots coming in from
Oh!
Loops. Loops is just so aggressive now, down to just Nunez from Rice. Shots coming in from Demeanor. And the rest is coming off onto Cardoso and Frost. They're going to be completely safe for that. Ooh, nice 6-6 spray from Pain. Putting Pain onto all the other players across the board. That was Ingo taking a lot of damage. See, Art is able to do something here.
All 4 up for Loops. They have 8 kills on the board.
Ooh, could be a good game for them.
And they can move straight into the circle right now. This is huge. We're talking about how little landmass it was on the western side earlier of the river. Now it has the majority of it. It's basically a 70% landmass on the western side now. It's that's how fast it could swing around. We can see all the teams gathering here in Painan, one by one. They take a house, they take 2 houses. Hopefully everybody's paying their rents, or else someone will knock on the door, throwing some nades. They'll shoot you. And they'll take over because everyone wants a piece of these houses.
Oh, lovely bounce on that nade. Enthuse. Taking down Lohan from Quick Revenge. What an absolute crazy knock from him. I love when you use the insides of it to try to bounce it off. Though Kapiao and Quick Revenge taken down. And now Influence Rage is just, that's just a little, like they're picking them apart. Unfortunately, the circle didn't stay in the middle. It went on the western side. And now Vivo Keed, 4 guys alive as the only other team, depending if Inco actually gets their play up. I want to see a great game from Vivo Keed Stars here for us.
This is such a, like, they betted everything that it would go to the western side. And they got the circle. Now, they a little bit split, but they're trying to gather up right now. They need to find themselves where they want to play this from. They don't want to be split too much. That means that if someone gets picked off, someone gets naded, someone gets Molotov, it's going to be super hard to get that revive. And it might be a potential push onto that little spot. Diego goes down from the Vivo Keep, but looks like they're gonna get that revive up anyway with that current hold that they have. Shooting uphill. You see that Inco is driving uphill there, but they're super low on that bike, both of them. Karolski is gonna try to take advantage of that. He's gonna see them.
Oh my god.
Doesn't really connect the shots though. Bro. Out here in the blue, far out on the northern side. No meds left. He's just trying to see if he can find a knock here, find a kill. Shooting a few shots. Not going to give anything. The rest of the team is actually inside Painan in the river right now, so they're going to be able to cross in. Inco Gaming still outside. Vito is far out on the circle, while the other 2 on the western side. But remember, Vito has 14 first aid, so he's going to be alive for a little bit longer.
Right, what's happening here with Influence Rage? Down to 2 players standing for us.
But 11 kills already on the board. It's a top 3 situation with Inco only having 2 members here. The rest is of Victor is still outside. But you got to be careful. Vivo Keys is hearing this. They want to be a part of this as well. They're coming 4-man strong right now. Can Karolski do it about it? Can they hold back Vivo Keys? Utility is going out. Oh, huge find by Cielo. Getting both Lil Boy there and Law. And they got to take care of Karolski as well. That means it's only V2 left out here. 7 first aids. He knows it. There's only him left alive. But maybe he can find some cheeky angle. Find himself a kill. Looks like Vivo Kid, they're just going to try to look for the last player that is on the server. They don't know exactly where it is. They're probably just thinking, all right, either he's going to be around here or he's going to be out in the blue somewhere. But the only big threat is if he's around us right now. So they're just walking around there, running around. And
what a way to get points for your team here. Like being able to survive for that long and then get into such a good position. And then you're able to play from the blue here. Gonna give it up. I don't see him giving the points away. He's just going to be like, kiss. All right, thanks, guys.
All right.
Shoot a little bit, maybe, and then that's it. Oh, we didn't get found. No, that was just a circle. And actually, Vivo Keyed Stars, they're called, makes it both an E and an A, and it's a tie between you and I, my friend. Winner, chicken dinner for Vivo Keyed. Good to see these guys being able to step up, and good to see our first triple MVP in Adrian step back into this for us.
Yeah, it's been a while since we saw them up here, but again, them coming back, they played this so well as well. I mean, the decision making on actually taking the western side and keep themselves to play over there, it is a great decision because look at how much ground they got in the end. They knew that they don't want to get too close to all the other teams. They knew that if the circle comes over here, we're gonna have the upper hand, and that's what it's all about. Well played, Vivo Kid, and congrats on that chicken dinner.
All right, guys, we are gonna be with one more game after this. We're gonna be having a short break, so stay tuned, and we're gonna be back with another game of Wrangle for the last game of the day. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 with Brazil here on board. We're going to see some absolutely crazy games here with Penang ending, and a lot of the teams decided, all right, it's going to be too hard to get into the next circle here. Vivo Kid is just holding us too damn well for us.
I just love what we saw in this game. Minimal amount of healers outside in the blue, meaning that we had most of the teams actually contesting for this win itself. They wanted to bet everything on it rather than just going for replacement points. That's what we want to see, right? You want to see those clutches going in. But in the end, it was Vivo Key that got themselves that chicken dinner. It's really great to see them being able to step it up again. As you talked about earlier, our first triple MVP, Adrian, of course, being part of that.
Yeah. Ingingo Gaming getting a well-deserved second place, being able to survive and then go into a position where they could heal in the blue for a long time. Vito clutching that up. Gonna be a lot of points on the board for them as well for us.
A little goodbye kiss here, of course, but yeah, as you're saying, a lot of points for them. A lot of points for actually a few of the teams. A good big chunk for the top of the teams here, as we will see on the leaderboard later on. But I feel like this was a little outliner in our wildcard map, especially like we had that boot camp fight that was dragged out for 15 minutes before the first engagement actually happened. It's great to see, though, how much it has evolved just from yesterday when it was done in like a minute. Today, they know how more serious it's been. For every day we go on here, it gets more and more serious, and it's already been very serious from that side.
For sure. Let's take a look at the top damage dealers, killers, and assist makers here for this second to last game, the penultimate game of the day, coming into this one for us here. And obviously, Vivo Key Stars, it's a tie for us. I said there's going to be a team with an A in its name, and you said it's going to be a team with an E. And here we see Diego with the top one and Adrian showing up again for us.
Yeah, that's great to see. Of course, the assist one is just as important because that means that you're dealing a lot of good damage and helping out the team. But Diego, I think it's the first time we're seeing up here on the first spot on the kill leaderboard. So great to see him being up there. It's a very even split, and you can see not just in terms of kills, but also damage and assist. So very even. It's kind of what we usually see here on Sanok. The numbers are very even, but I feel like it's gonna be a little bit top heavy on this one once we get to the results.
Yeah, for sure. All right, good to see these guys coming in and showing up here. VivoKid, we've not had too much from them just yet in our league weekend here for us, but it's definitely needed from them. And with the amount of points that they're getting, it's going to be looking very good once we get to the match standings for this game here. We have one more game after this one here. It's going to be a wrangle, but Sanic was an absolute blast of a game here. And VivoKid with 23 points.
23 points, of course, and then Influence Rage has 21 as well. But this is what I'm talking about. 5 teams with double digits up here on Sanok. It's not that usual, I'd say, that we have this kind of top heavy, and then it's a pretty even split. But great to see like a team like RF Battle. This time, no kills, but they're getting the placement points. And again, I want to see the balance now, because we've seen them doing good on either placement points or kill points, but we haven't seen the combination yet. Shocks Esports, on the other hand, 8 kills. Again, really good to see them starting to frag out a bit more.
Once we get over to the world leaderboard a little while later, we're going to be seeing how well that shaped up. But let's take a look at the bottom half of this penultimate game of the day. Fact Esports with 5 kills, and not that many. The bottom 4 teams gets absolutely 0 for us.
Yeah, and I mean, that's how it happens. That's what happens sometimes. You just got to be able to bounce back, of course. Alpha 7, we know that they had a 15-minute fight there with Influence Rage in boot camp, so they basically only got themselves into one fight. While the other teams, it's kind of the normal game of Sanok, right? You start rotating in, you run into some snakes, you get someone picked off, and then it just drops down from there. But again, it's great to see some a little bit of a change up in terms of who's on the top, who's on the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Frost, we're going to be taking a look at our match MVP here, and I'm really curious and excited to see who this was going to be, because it's kind of hard because we have so many teams do well. It's going to be Phoenix from Shocks. That amount of times that they're able to defend themselves in their compound and the amount of kills they're able to get was well deserved here from Phoenix. Yeah,
and as you can see, he shaved his eyebrow just before he got on here, so this is his first MVP, only one shave, but he'll get more, he'll show up here more times, but then you're gonna have to shave a little bit off, a little bit more every time.
All right, 300 healing to 600 damage for us. That's also a big one. Really talks to how much they were fighting throughout this game for this one, for sure. And for us, we're going to be taking a look at our overall standings with just one more game to go for us, and that's obviously a massive one for it.
Yeah, massive leaderboard still, because Alpha 7 didn't get any kills. Remember, they were 2 points to get that triple digits. They didn't get it, but the big thing is how close it is. Look at the Alpha 7, Loops, Influence Rage, 3 points between them, and we're starting to see that gap. Right after that, it goes down 20 points to VivoKid, but there's still a little chunk there as well from VivoKid down to Storm Gaming on 8th place, only 5 points. We're starting to see this kind of segregation, just for now at least. It might mellow out a little bit more as we go on. We still have 1 more game today. We have 5 more games tomorrow, so it is still anybody's game to be pushing themselves up here on the leaderboard itself.
Yeah, our top pack is really pushing themselves ahead of our middle pack, but again, VivoKid with this one here, they're putting themselves within striking distance. One more good game in the last game that could put themselves into a really steady top 5. But if any of the teams here on our bottom of the leaderboard is going to do well, they could also jump into that middle pack, 75 to 59. Let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard to see how it's been shaping up down there. 57 for Ingo, obviously a massive game for them to clutch out.
Yeah, real good for them to be able to put those numbers up, because we want to see more from them. And coming into Ariel, which has been one of the strongest map here so far in the league, we want to see a little bit more in the next one. But INTC again with a really good game, as we saw, 16 points right after that win. Getting that is so important. Now they push themselves up from the bottom and make sure they solidify themselves into the middle pack.
Yeah, for us, so far so good. We have played 9 games. We're going to be playing tomorrow again. We're going to be playing 5 games again tomorrow, but for us, 1 more game of the day here, and it's going to be Wrangle. What are your thoughts coming into the last game?
I mean, there is a few teams that needs to step it up a little bit in terms of this that we know are really good. I've been mentioning them, I think, every time so far. It's going to be Inco, it's going to be Black Dragons. Black Diamond especially, because I feel like we haven't seen anything from them today. Like, it's time for them because they've been dropping on the overall leaderboard. But we know that they can do so well on aerial, but it hasn't happened yet today. Nothing has happened from that team so far today, and it hurts to say and to see, but hopefully they can turn that back around here for the last one.
Yeah, you can really feel that their confidence has been hurt a little bit by them always losing, one or two players and then having to play, kind of a salvage play style where they're trying to get as many points out of a game where they're already down to one or two players, because it's so different how you play just being two players alive compared to how you can play as four or even as an aggressive three-man if you play together as a unit for us.
Yeah, I mean, and that is the thing, right? We see some of the teams being a little bit better on playing that play style, even though they have lost a player or two. But sometimes that just doesn't work for all of the teams. But if that doesn't work, what you want to see is tighter rotations. Make sure that you're all four rotating together. And if someone gets knocked, try to take the fight instead. Try to take that. Go for the fight. You might lose the fight, but you might get one or two kills. I think that's better than just like trying to drive away and try to salvage, going for the salvage play, as you're saying, and basically just like going very passive, trying to go for placement points. But a lot of times that doesn't work out either because of how many teams is left alive. You're basically off the center of the circle. We're having a lot of hardship, so it's really rough for a lot of teams.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit bigger picture here, that we obviously have one more game to go today. We have 5 games to go tomorrow, but there are 3 weekends in total that we're going to be playing this league play here. So there's 30 more games that's going to be played. Do you think with Rise's amount of points that they've gotten so far that it's going to be enough for them to make it into the finals without playing the other two? What do you think is going to be the threshold? Is it going to be around like the 150 kind of charge, or is it going to be lower?
I feel like they can be not really safe yet, but we'll have to see after tomorrow's games. But if you count at it, basically you need 60 teams to surpass them before they're gonna push down to the bottom 4. That means that don't look maybe on the bottom team, but maybe look 2 steps up, where we had, I think it was about 40 points on the leaderboard there, meaning that if you times that with 3 weekends, that would be 120 points, and they are above that right now. They're sitting on 130 something, 132 if I can recall it.
Plus they're playing tomorrow as well, so like the threshold should maybe be like 150, 170. So if they have a really good game, and also like we're expecting Rise to be in every single of these leagues here. I'm just thinking theoretically, like where can we maybe hit that spot there? So the teams that are playing so far with around 50 points today, they have 1 more game now. They're playing 5 games tomorrow. If they can get those like 75 points, they will need to play the same in 1 more weekend to make sure that they're safe, unless we have a team that is coming in, and playing like Rise have done, that haven't played a weekend so far. But that's kind of unexpected. I don't see Brazilian killers coming in and playing 150 point weekend with 10 points average a day. So I definitely still think we're going to see some shape ups, and it's going to be decided on the very last few days on the leagues for us.
Yeah, 100%. It's nothing is written in stone yet. And right now, though, like what we're seeing, of course, is that there's been a big dominance from the top 4 teams. They have a huge chunk of the points, which also means that it's a little bit less points that is going to be towards the bottom half, and all the teams towards the bottom. So the top teams, they are kind of solidifying themselves, while the other teams, they're struggling a little bit more. But it doesn't matter, because this is just the first weekend, as you're saying. We're gonna have 3 weekends in total of league play, and it's the accumulated points throughout all 3 weekends of league play that will count in the end, and you just need to be top 16 of all of those points.
All right, Frost, we are just 1 game away here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 on the Brazilian side here, and it's obviously fantastic. We're going to be playing 1 more game of Wrangle, Frost. It's the bread and butter. We say it again and again, but this is the map the players know the best. This is the map that they played the most. We're playing 9 times of it every weekend out of the 15 games that we're playing. So we're expecting the teams to play as confident as they can and as steady and consistent as they can, taking those placements, getting those kills, and making those decisions that are putting themselves into those top spots.
And I mean, now rounding out the day, this is a very important map, because This is kind of what kind of mood you're gonna come into tomorrow after finishing this game. So even if you haven't had a great day, it doesn't matter. If you can have a great last game, that is gonna be huge for your confidence coming into tomorrow. But here we go, last plane. It's gonna start off above Stallbear, as you can see right now, and it's kind of a pretty decent plane compared to what we've had so far, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. In the case where we're expecting these teams to come in and jump in hot, it's going to be kind of hard for some of the teams to get into Milton, Power, Novo, Military Island needs to be with cars. We've seen it multiple times with the teams that want to get to Military jump on the Western Bridge and take those cars close to Ferry Pier and just get over there. But otherwise than that, we want to thank you, Realme, for sponsoring our event here for PMPL Spring 2022 for Brazil, for joining us and having us through this. Thank you so much to you guys. And the last game of the day, the most exciting one usually that's where we see a lot of spicy things happening and a lot of aggressive playstyle for us.
Yeah, and you also got to remember, we played already 4 games, right? It's taking a toll on the players. And you got to be able to go for this. This is a marathon. You got to be able to perform not only first 4 games, but also this last one. But this is the hardest one because you already used up so much energy on the previous 4 games. Right now, this is where it becomes a little bit more of a marathon for all the teams.
For sure. Shocks coming in on the western side. Good to see these guys are able to hold on to this. Flamingo going to Primorsk and Ferry Pier. Black Dragons obviously going to the usual strat, get to that cars close to the gas station and get to that Military Island for us.
It's great to see. Oh, he did get a bit mythic as well. That is gonna be bad for Rise. Of course, it might be like we saw in the last game yesterday. Rise went out early. He got himself a 16th place. This is what we're talking about, right? You gotta be able to hold out for the 5th game as well. Well, actually, it was the 6th game they went out yesterday, so
yeah,
I guess it's okay. But Inko dropping on Stallbear. Their normal drop spot is Novo. This plane was not gonna take them there, not even remotely close. Not even if they took another plane, they would be able to get to Novo. Not yet. So they went for Stallbear this time. Good choice, considering they've been going there before. It was early from the plane, meaning they were the first ones to land, and this time they do get the circle on top of them, or barely. They are just by the edge there, so they can make sure that they can get a good first rotation.
And that's what you hate when you're traveling, right? You don't want to go, like, it's not that far away. You don't want to take 3 planes to get to your neighbor country. You want to take 1 plane directly and then get to your area, right? And obviously you want to loot into your normal areas because you want to have that normal rotations. You want to know what your neighbors are. You want to get into the circle quite easily. And this is a very easy and open circle for everything here. There's a lot of really good compounds available. I'm hoping to see some of the teams get into that center and try to get some of those compound early on.
What I'm seeing right now is that we have 3 teams in Georgia Poll, though. It is shareable by 3 teams for sure. Normally, when you see that, of course, one of the teams is in the by crates. I think it's INTC. But normally, what you would see is there's 2 teams on north side, on North Georgia Poll, and only 1 team on south side. This time, we have 2 on the south, 1 on the north. So we'll have to see what happens here. It might be an early clash that will be breaking out there.
Loot's coming in from Fact. Want to see more good stuff from Fact. They were able to get a 3rd place with Proc and the guys on one of their Wrangle games. INTC was able to close that one out. Last game of the day. It's going to be a rough one for some of the teams that haven't had too good of a start. They want to build this confidence today into tomorrow for us.
Oh yeah, 100%. They've been doing pretty good today, pretty decent. But of course, with this 1 more game to go here, this last game, they can do even better. Especially, again, they're alone in Pochinki. They got pretty close towards the center of the circle. I just want to see them take a spot where they're able to hold it down, where they're able to defend against those pushes, against those crashes, maybe even peacocking a little bit afterwards.
All right, out of battle. Getting into a situation where they're able to keep Pochinki to themselves. No one contested them just yet. I want to see more from these guys for us. Rise, though, on screen, losing Mythic early. And that's not what we want to see from Rise. Mythic, their star player, the utility man. The man with the frags and the man with the most MVPs. We've been talking a little bit about it. He obviously has those shaves in the eyebrows, depending on how many MVPs he has. And if he continues this playstyle up for all of the league play, then the man is going to have no more eyebrows once we get to the finals. Rise.
Probably no hair on the head as well.
Yeah, it's going to go all the way. Super impressed with Rise, what we've seen from them so far. A top 5 team. More, if we're talking a little bit deeper about the top 5 teams, like obviously we have Rise, but what are your other 4 picks for top 5 contenders once we get into the finals?
I'd say, of course, Rise, and you gotta have loops into that. And then I would add Alpha 7 as well, Influence Rage, and let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there should be one more. Who would I pick into that? I want to say Black Dragon on that one. Yeah, I feel like Black Dragon would be a good contestant to be into the top 5.
Yeah, that's you think?
What would you say? What would you say?
I think the Alpha 7 loops. Alpha 7 loops Rise is the 3 most steady. Inference Rage is probably my 4th. And then it's hard for the last one. I don't think Black Dragons are there just yet. I see Intense Game or Quick Revenge coming in before them.
Okay, yeah, right. I respect that. I respect that. So we agree on the top 4 at least.
I don't think anyone is going to disagree with us on those, but it's showing on the leaderboard as well right now. We saw it in our qualification states, and now Alpha 7 is really stepping up their game and showing that they belong in the top 4, and that's kind of interesting to see that top 4 is really separating themselves. I would be disappointed if we don't see those top 4 teams do well in the finals as well.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like why we're struggling so much with the 5th team to add to the top 5 is because it's so even between all of the teams, basically. All of them are really good, and they have the potential to be in the top 5. And that's why it's so hard to actually just pick one of them. I want to pick several because I feel like a lot of them have the potential as well. They're good at maybe a little bit better on one thing than maybe some other stuff. While when we talk about the top 4, they're a little bit more of the whole package, I'd say.
Yeah, okay, I get that. And also with their achievements and what we know that they're capable of doing, they could definitely be in there for that case. Circle is closing for us. We are going to be seeing our next circle soon. And Circle 2 is obviously the important one in terms of information gathering, positioning yourself for late game, and setting yourself up for the mid game that is going to be Circle 3 and Circle 4. Where you either have to move or have to be ready to move. Your Frog with some shots. Oh my God, Kabyao got a headshot. And he got some down.
He should not get taken down there. Bro, here with the nades on the roof.
Bro.
Frog, actually. Just not going to cook that one. Just going to straight on throw it out. Buy some time. So as we can see, they're closing in all over the place. Igosada is on the other side. Zero goes down. Frog goes down. Quick Revenge. It's getting control over this. Or are they?
Oh,
now if
no.
Bro has something to say
one.
about this. Low end. Oh, that is a rough spot for Hugosin.
Igosada gets him down from Quick Revenge. Now Lohan and is low himself. It's a 2v2. Shoo, he needs to get him down. He needs to get him on. Shoot. Shot coming in. He flushed him. Nope, he lost it. And that is actually Quick Revenge out in 16th for us, but they did manage to get 3 kills with them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a huge loss to not be able to do the crash after you getting that initial knock, because you can slow it down a little bit, right after that you have the upper hand. You don't need to just rush in, and all those utilities are going to be used. But they were trying to do a real good job, but the whole thing came down to Fact Esports being able to have a really good defense on that crash.
No, but Nate smokes those cheeky little ones there. They sometimes look like mates.
Oh, he's just holding. Look, they're getting the revive over there on the left side of the screen right now. That's why Dudu is holding out, trying to buy some time. The revive goes off. Now, I wanted to say it was an even battle, but it looks like Flamengo is going to take control over this and take out Storm Gaming. This is great to see. Flamengo going super aggressive. They know they need to put pressure on it, and they do a great job coming in from all over the place. Having the trades. Come on, we need to see those trades coming off. They're so very low. Oh no.
Storm Gaming They actually managed to get all of them, I think.
1 versus 1.
No, 1v1. Yeah, you're right. He's 1 HP though.
He lies in, yeah. 1 HP. He's getting information.
Yeah, but
oh, they got 2. They're
gonna find him.
Yeah.
I'm so sad because like it's when you see Storm Gaming and you could see Dudu as well, and he had a silenced AK. Do you know why I know that?
Why? Tell me.
When Dudu is shooting the silenced AK, it sounds like this. But unfortunately, Storm Gaming didn't make it for this one here. Flamengo lost 2 players, but they got 4 points from it.
And that is great to see. Hey, losing 2 players, I don't care, because seeing Flamengo getting those 4 points, this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Setting yourself up for tomorrow. This is a great deal for Flamengo to get that morale boost back up for tomorrow's games. It doesn't matter with the previous games. Those are forgotten. Those are thrown into the pool right now. We don't care about those anymore. It's all about what they can bring out tomorrow.
All right, shots coming in. 0-6.
You know why Zero has a press on his gun?
No.
Because his gun go 0, 0, 0.
The scar actually sounds like that. Or 6.
All right, jokes aside though, with the first circle, a lot of teams, they are getting inside. They are trying to get themselves into a good spot. We see a lot of rotations happening right now. And it's not too many battles happening, but we have seen a few crashes so far, which is a little bit more than maybe you'd say normally happens during a first circle like this. But at the same time, we know a lot of teams, they are trying to fight for those prime positions to play from. They want to have that position they know and play best from on this map itself.
All right, Rise, 3 guys alive in a decent spot. I love this area in general. South Yasnaya, plenty of playable space around it. Even though the field is hard to play, there are still some pretty good areas that you can play around it, with the ridges, with some of the triangles that you can play with the small fields, small dips in there as well. Circles popping here for us. This is the big one. Where are we going, and where are the teams having to play? Oh my god, it's going to be a South Yasnaya field ending with Heaven in play as well for Inco, and that Loops is sitting inside the absolute center part of the compound with only 1 guy. If somebody pulls up on Cardosen, he's going to be toasted.
But police station is not a bad spot for this circle as well.
Oh no, that's good. Well,
it's really good, like considering that there's still a high chance that will be in the next circle as well.
Ooh,
it's not far from the center. Yeah. Ooh. Now
Harry Potter Tower send
look at all those rotations right now.
All those chicken.
They're all moving in, all trying to get that juicy spots to play from. They know this is going to be a rough one with all of this open terrain, as you can see. Some teams, they're going to opt to try to get those kills instead, knowing that it might be a rough game. Adrian trying to get the last 2 members of Flamengo. Does do a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough for knock itself.
All right, Vivo keyed, Cello. What can happen here? Shots coming in onto INTC. And as you said here, some of these high positions on top of the apartment block. It's the 3-stack apartment block on the south here that Infiltrate has a hold on, putting a lot of pressure onto INTC, destroying cars, taking tires, and putting on damage and destroying the durability of their areas. Though, looks like Alpha 7 is coming in on the east side here, taking that police station and library part of Yasnaya that you were talking about. Really good position as well, especially if the circle swings north the next time. And I don't want to see too many teams like already commit to Yasnaya, because it can easily go away here in 4th and 5th circle.
Oh yeah, and that's why we don't see too many teams actually going for it. Now, we see Influence Rage, of course, by the high rises over there, but this also means that they can easily get out from there because they're on the outskirts, and those are the apartments that are easiest to get out from. So a really good pick from them, because if the circle moves up towards them as well, people are forced in towards them, they are gonna have just an open field of shooting there.
For sure. Let's see what they decide to do though. Are they coming in with it or not? They pushing to it. Myth coming in. Ooh, fight here with Vivo Keyed. Adrian
Keyed versus Son and Souls.
Nades are coming in. He's just dipping out. It's because nope.
Adrian was sniffing out those nades. There's a nade coming, and he's just left for it. Got away safely for now.
Every time they take out the DP28, I have to look at extra time when they're looking at the weapon at the bottom because you don't see that big magazine. And sometimes when you quick look at it, it looks like a bolt action, but it's not. It's just a plate shooter.
Oh, look at that new circle. It's gonna go towards Yasnaya. And this is what I'm talking about. Influence Rage right now has such a good position. So many people are gonna try to rotate in from the south and from the east and from the western side and try to get into Yasnaya. And they're just gonna have an open shooting field. Hopefully, they'll throw some artillery down as well on that field while everybody's coming in. Alpha 7 also in a great position. Even though they're gonna be on the edge of the circle, they have the high ground.
Myth with some more shots connecting. Few onto Cielo, but also gets traded himself. Broken vest nearly now. Yields coming in onto Myth. Diego's pushing onto that. He saw where he is. A drive-by coming on. Adrian pushing in with it. Now intense game on the other side of things. They are on the north side trying to get into Yasnaya.
Adrian
and
goes
on
down.
it, Souls is out. Eliminadoed.
Look at this.
Oh, Influence Rage. Little boy, you get the flush. Tries to get it. Don't think he connected on it. Ragnar's knocked there. Trying to get into it.
Come on, you can do it.
Yeah, it's just in the way.
It's so hard.
It's in the way. Oh, he actually connected a few there. Oh, you get, yeah, little boy got him. Flushed Ragnar, secured a point for Influence Rage. 4 kills for them so far, and a lot of teams are coming into the south part of Yasnaya. Meanwhile, the north is completely free for the taking for us.
Yeah, it's totally free, and we only got one team on the north side. It's an intense game, but they know they don't want to get into the city because it's not 100% sure that it will end in Yasnaya. So they're gonna opt to go towards the lakeside, try to scout things out from the high ground there. See, okay, where do we have everyone? So if we need to crash in later on, we know exactly where we can crash because we know where it's gonna be free. Loops and Vivo Keyed by the yellows on the south side of the circle. They're basically the last 2 teams to be out there. Everybody else is by Yasnaya right now. I wonder what they're gonna be doing, what they're gonna try to do here. You can see everybody basically occupying their own house. And the hard thing is, when you do that, of course, you have your house, but you can't move from house to house. And once you start moving outside, you're gonna get blasted from all over the place. So it's gonna be rough to see what they're gonna try to do. Rafa takes out Art from this game, so now Intense Game knows they swapped him from the north side, all the way from the east on the north to the west, so they know it's completely free all over the place over there for them.
This big stack here for NTC, they can have a really good access to getting into the further western side, but if they have to try to get through the rest of the teams that's on the east here for us, they're going to have to go through 3, 4, 5 teams to get into the circle, but the circle could still go out of the town. What do you think if it goes north? Like, it's going to be so hard for the teams to try to get in that is not in already because there's so many teams in there already.
One of the hardest things, if it goes north, is going to be to cross that big road in the center of the town. It's basically just like a river.
Circle.
Oh, it goes north! The prophet has spoken!
Intense game, looking good. Shocks needs to cross the road. Inko is already moving. Inko instantly moved. I love that. A7 stays.
They know it's so hard to move, so they know straight away they need to move. And they're doing that really good. Intense game, though. I want to see what they're going to do. I want to see them move in a little bit further now. Being one of the last teams to move in, you better hope that you're doing a really good rotations on the sides to the north. Or you're going to be having a little bit of a rough time if you go through town. Let's put it that way.
Crossing this road is going to be impossible for us.
Yeah. That's why it was such a good move from Inko. They already spotted out the north side earlier. They knew that there wasn't any other teams there. But now, there is a few teams here. It's going to be really rough for the teams to move out. Influence Rage, they can battle here against Rise. Oh, Loops, this is not where you want to come in from. There's no way you're gonna be able to. You got it. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way.
No chance. Pushing in, getting in, taking over this. Wait. He actually is running SMGs as well for close range fight. This is a really optimal setup for it.
Remember, Influence Rage was fighting Rise just before Loops decided we're gonna drive in between you guys. You guys keep on fighting, don't shoot at us.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened. All right, Rise.
Alpha 7 actually has a lot of control for us. I think with Swagger's position, you can get into a really good spot. He's having so much info on the north side. Revo!
Oh, what on the outside?
5,000 IQ play from Revo. Look at this.
5,000 head.
5,000 head. Imagine the
good
strength.
nade. Ooh.
Oh,
not cooked enough. Not cooked enough. But
imagine the strength on his tippy toes. Like he's got to be able to hold on to this ridge here with this little ledge.
It's definitely a climber. You know, when you climb, a lot of times you use your toes more than anything else.
Yeah, that is true.
You got those stiff shoes.
What if you
very aggressive ones?
What if you have really long toes? Can you grab onto more things?
Yes, they're called.
Nice.
Have you not seen monkeys? They have long toes. They grab onto this,
I have really long toes and really long fingers. I'm good grabbing onto things with my fingers. Sometimes I can grab things that I dropped on the floor with my toes as well if I'm not wearing socks.
That's great. That's great. Not sure.
Not relevant.
I mean, it depends on what you drop on the ground, I guess.
That is true.
We do have a new circle. Let's talk about this because it went to the north side. And right now, Alpha 7 has so much control. But Swaggering, he's got to be careful. He is alone over there. Don't want to be too far away from the rest of the team.
This is going to be so hard for the teams on the south side. There's like 15 players on the south side. Okay, INTC is moving, taking cars. Okay, this is bold. This is a bold strategy. Is it gonna pay off? He's sending it in. Nope, that's not gonna pay off. He's gonna get knocked easily. Methus from Lil Boy.
Almost made it.
What are we gonna see from Influence Rage? 3 guys left standing still. Revo, the nade. Ooh, this could be a good nade. He could set this up. This could be a straight into the house, getting a nade and a flush. It's a nade and a flush.
No, it's a knock. The wrist just got off. The revive just got off. But it was still a great nade though.
Yeah. Right, intense game, taking a really strong hold onto the southern Prio buildings here. Federal with a good nade, trying to prevent them pushing here. I like that smoke, a preemptive smoke to make sure if somebody comes through it, he has the advantage to peek from it.
Still shocks. And so I have some teams on the south side here.
INTC's dead, 7th place for us. Better performance today than yesterday, but they need to have a good day tomorrow. Loops, one last player alive. Black Dragons on here with talents. Super talented player, but only 1 kill for them so far. And a rough day too. Vero finds, shocks, Sustex. And Alpha 7 has so much control onto that southern side of the circle here, but on the right side of the road for us.
Exactly, but you also have intense game with a good control. Basically, it's all about intense game and Alpha 7 holding this down. Sure, you have Chief from Loops, last man standing. Remember, they tried to go from the field on the south side straight through Influence Rage and Rise when they were fighting. That's not a great thing to do. Now, they did get shot down. Chief managed to survive. He's sitting in one of the Prio buildings right now, but he is surrounded by intense game.
Ooh, Federal and Influence Rage. It's going to be the last player left. Shocks is in a really good spot. Now he has to heal up, bandage up, try to get some stims going, and try to stay on and heal for as long as possible there. Oh, look at this. So Black Dragons and Talents is trying to heal as much as he can. Shock's been found though by Federal, now being pushed from Sustex, potentially being able to be pushed. Oh, that is Talents pushing out on one of the players from Alpha 7 instead of going for the healing strategy. That's a bold one.
I like it.
Circle goes north again, intense game, trying to hold on to this. and Alpha 7 is contesting him.
Look at on the right side right now. Intense game, 4 players up. Alpha 7, 4 players up. Shock's got 2 players up only. So it's gonna be, it might be a huge fight that we'll see. But it's very unusual. We'll see these few teams, these few people alive in a urban ending like this.
All right, guys, let us see what you got here. Alpha 7 and Intense Game, one of the teams that are 2 of the teams that have been doing extremely well with the most players alive currently. Loops with Chief, a snake position, has to heal in the blue if he goes for that, or try to backstab Intense Game. That could be a big one. Now Talents is left and Shocks is left with 2 players. Black Dragons is still there. Now Alpha 7 is trying to position themselves for this win for us. The Circle has a lot of control with this spot that they're playing Vero on top. But let's see, Shocks is actually going for the move. They're trying to push into this one here. Now Loops, 0 first aids. That means that Chief has to go for a strategy to get some more points for both placement, but also kills.
Last time, he wasn't able to. He got to a crate, he got naded. This time, I'm hoping to see him go a little bit more aggressive. Trying to get that 1 kill at least. Talents, he's gonna try to heal up for now. He's gonna have a rough time trying to cross that street, but he's gonna need to do it.
Actually backfilling onto Shock. Shots are coming in. Oh,
he gets a knock though!
Okay. Unexpected, honestly, for that one, but is it not gonna come, or like his wrist gonna come F? No, he's gonna get the point. That's worth it. Paya gets swag win. Sustex is off to the zone. I think the point is going to go their way, though. Paya gets this. This is important. Getting this little bit. He walked into the fire. No, Paya, he's on fire. Turn me off. Where's the firefighters? 3 vests and 3 helmet on him. They need him. Now, Rero needs to... Ooh. He has an MG3. Nades are coming on.
Oh, good
Mafioso's going to be found. Shots are coming in from Rebel. No, Rafa gets him.
He does get 1, though.
Mafioso, last player standing for Alpha 7 Esports for us. Shocks have made it all the way here. 23 bandages, only 2 first aids. And it's a multi-res coming off. Carrillo is going to be taken up. Or Swiguin is going to be taken up by Carrillo. And Mafioso is standing as well. Reses are coming off on multiple sides.
Swiguin goes down to Molotov. He just got revived, but he just got taken out by Molotov.
Oh yeah. Oh, shots coming from Mafioso.
Gets 1.
Fantastic angle. Shots coming in again. Mafioso with the massive play.
Looking for the 3rd one. Zeusboy is just outside the wall there. He's tagging him down. He's going to go inside. He's got to be careful because there is a player. Pereira is inside here. Kirill is going to push this. They know they need to pressure him right now.
Yeah,
he gets the knock. Last man standing. Zeusboy is getting taken down as well.
Alpha 7 with a huge play here. 11 kills. Now Mafioso and Carrillo has to do a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 2 versus Shocks Esports is racing. Can he make something happen here? 3 helmet. Trying to pre. They need to do a 2 versus 1.
Now they know.
Nade's coming out. That's a good nade. Does damage on him.
Oh.
Alpha 7, can they do 2 games today? Can they win 2 games? Can they show where they belong in the top? And can they do it? They are. They're going to push him aggressively. And it's Alpha 7 Esports with a winner chicken dinner again in just 5 games. 2 for them today for us.
That is amazing. We've been saying it this whole time, right? Alpha 7's been a dominant team coming in from this region, but we haven't seen them do anything yet so far. But today is the day when everything changes because it's been Alpha 7's day for sure.
Yeah, how well played by them was that? We're going to show the overall standings and all the damages and everything after this short break, guys. So stay tuned to see the overall leaderboard. And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League here, Spring 2022 in Brazil. Frost, we just had an absolute insane game from Alpha 7. They're able to clutch 2 chicken dinners today.
Yeah, 2 chicken dinners, and I mean, we've seen 2 urban endings here today as well, and it's great to see, right? 2 urban endings. I'm pretty sure, didn't they win both of those? Which map did they win? No, they won on Miramar.
They won on Miramar, yeah.
Yeah. It was not the Sanok one where it ended in Painan.
No, that's Revo Keith Stars. This last ending though here in Urban Ending as Naya, I love those. It's so hard to play around and you see so many clever and smart plays for us, and I love to see how well these teams were able to do it. Intense Game actually managed to have a really good game themselves as well. Influence Rage had a lot of kills, and a lot of teams actually managed to get a lot of points from kills alone, but Alpha 7 was able to take a really good position onto this armed building, and the Intense Game could not stand against it, even though they tried this spot here. Try to break this down, what you saw happening here for us.
I mean, we know that Swywin went down to this Molotov that came in straight away, and what we see is the revive is happening by the wall there. Pereira is pushing in straight away with Pajit, trying to put some pressure onto Alpha 7. Really good, but Pajit goes down there, and that can't happen. That was one of the downfalls. If they were able to just keep themselves alive for now, they would have the numbers advantage, but because the revive was happening, they were a man down. They were 2 man down. One was reviving, one was healing, and it was a little bit off sync, sadly, because of that they kind of lost that fight. But Resin here, of course, he did a great job as well, trying to juke, but he had advantage when they were still inside the building. Coming out, that's when he should have tried to take that shot, trying to get the initial knock, turn it into a 1v1. It didn't happen. It was rough because in the end they just did that double push on both sides of the wall and basically just said, hey, you got to choose whoever you want to fight, but we're going to be pushing you from both angles. You're going to have nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's so important to isolate the players in a 1 versus 1 or push them when they're weak already. All right, Frost, let's take a look at our top killers, top assist makers, and top damage dealers here for the last game of today. It's going to be Mafioso from Alpha 7. Good to see. It's actually going to be 3 different guys here, with Federal almost with another 1k damage here with 900 damage for us.
Yeah, great to see, and of course it's a big spread here if you look at it, but in the end Mafioso getting 7 kills is pretty huge, I'd say. Not always that you see Mafioso up here on the kill leaderboard, but I mean, from time to time he does pop up there, and again, it's great to see that it's a variation. Not always the same guy that is going to be up there, but always like switching up a little bit, meaning that everybody's putting down all of the kinds of what's needed to be done in a team. If it's kills, if it's damage, if it's assist, it's not down to one person. Everybody can do it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Frost, we're also going to be taking a look at our overall standings once we go, match standings once we get to that. And obviously it's going to be important to see how many points that we're able to get from this one here. But Alpha 7 is probably going to be catching a lot on to Rise Esports, because Rise didn't get too much of the points in this game here.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 getting 12 kills on top of that win. But Intense Game, again, getting 11 kills and 21 points in total. And Shox has been phenomenal today, honestly. We've seen them getting so many points. It's great to see a little bit of redemption compared to yesterday's performance. And then you have Influence Rage. They get a lot of kills. Nothing short of kills. Nothing short of points. Still on the double digits. But Loops, I mean, I'm not sure about that play. Driving straight in from the south side where everybody's gonna be. They had the time to just go around, and I wanted to see them do that kind of long rotation on the side of the town instead. It didn't happen. It didn't work out, but hey, they got 8 points. Chiefs did clutch it out again.
Do you think that was a strategy to try to insert one of the players into like kind of late game, because they knew they didn't have too much of another chance to try to do that?
Maybe, but at the same time, it's the salvage game by then, and you have 4 members up. Why not just go for the kills instead and just force your way in? We're talking about a team like Loops. We know that they're really good killers on that team.
For sure.
They can just push their way in if they want to.
All right, let's look at the bottom half of the leaderboard. Not too many points is going to be available for the teams down here. 5 for Vivo Keith though, but only 1 kill and 1 point from placement here for Rise. So that is going to mean that Alpha 7 is going to be able to catch up a lot to them for us.
Yeah, and it's great to see a little bit of a contender coming up to that first spot. We've seen Rise being up there since the beginning of this league play that we've had this weekend so far, but everything might be changing up tomorrow. And remember, it's not just Alpha 7 that might be up there. Like, we had so many teams that were pushing up towards that top spot, and they're taking the advantage of Rise going out early again in the last game and making sure that they're getting a lot of points, pushing themselves up there, and making sure that they're fighting for that #1 spot.
Yeah, for sure. Good to see the match standings here. We're going to be taking a look at our MVP standings as well. It's going to be interesting to see how well we fare with that. Mafioso with a well-deserved MVP here for us. And obviously with that clutch, getting 2 of the kills on an intense game was really what turned the tides around for this team here.
Yeah, and look at the healing though. 79 healing only.
Super efficient.
Super efficient, but it also comes down to where they were playing, right? We saw them taking that police station library pretty early on the eastern side of Yasnaya, and then they rotated in to the north side of Yas pretty early on when they saw the circle shift, making sure that they put themselves into a position where they can shoot without getting shot at, basically. And that is the key, right? You always want to put yourself into those kind of positions. That means that you're gonna get a lot of kills, a lot of damage, and very little healing. And they did really good on that one.
Yeah, congrats to Mafioso. We're gonna be sending him a shaver to make sure he gets that little tick in the eyebrow for the MVP standings for sure. For that, Revo has all of them right now. We want to get that standing, and that is the top MVP here. Mythic is in there, and also Revo, multiple MVPs as well. Also has the eyebrow scratchings in there. Federal MVP as well. This is just the thing, right? All the good players has those small scratchings in the eyebrows to see how many MVPs they have. I love it. It's good to see here. But Mythic, Revo, and Federal, they have been standout players throughout so far for us.
Does that mean the more lines you have, the better player you are?
Well, it looks like it. I see 3 on Mythic, 2 on Revo, and only 1 on Federal. It makes sense.
You know what? I'm gonna go maybe shave off a little bit as well, so make sure that I can play a little bit better as well after this one.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case for this. But for us, we're gonna take a look at the overall standings after the 2 days of play here. It's gonna be interesting to see how close it is in the top, and it's gonna be super close. Rise with 134, but Alpha 7 with an absolutely insane game, they go up to 125.
Yeah, and now we have 4 teams on triple digits, and intense game. They are super close to that, only 6 points shy right now. There's a little gap between intense game down to Vivo Kid on 6th place. So we were talking about the top 5, right? I think we have our answer. Who is the top 5? This is pretty much the evidence of everything. And I mean, intense game, I really like what I've seen from them. They've been doing such a phenomenal job coming in from the qualifying, being able to put up these kind of numbers, especially now when it matters here in the league play.
Yeah, it's impressive to see a team that is able to, you know, even though they were first in the qualifiers, they played extremely well there, but being able to come in here and contest the top 5 from these extremely established teams, how well they've been able to play so far, it's super nice to see. Black Dragons need to step up. But let's take a look at our bottom half of the leaderboard here. What a fantastic day we've had so far and been blessed with some really good games. And oh my god, it's so close down here as well. Flamengo on 16, but the other teams on it, Souls 41 and up to Inco Gaming on 59 for us.
Yeah, but look at Sharks. They pushed themselves. They repelled themselves up here on the leaderboard today. Same with INTC. I mean, Sharks came in here today with 11 points. INTC came in with 9 points. Now they pushed themselves up here, and they're basically passing all of these teams now. That's how good of a game day they've had. It's been phenomenal to follow that. And hopefully tomorrow we'll see some of these games coming to Iron Souls and Flamengo as well.
Yeah, all right. That was the overall standings for us. In my opinion here, we've had an absolutely insane day, and we've had some repeat winners with, you know, Alpha 7 coming in and winning 2 on the day, and it really shows that these guys belong on the top.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see, right? Out of 5 games, being able to win 2 games, that kind of shows how strong a team is. And it wasn't a fluke either, but it's time after time how they're putting themselves into those positions to actually get those chicken dinners, to actually win the game. They're not playing for the short run, they're playing for the long run. And they don't go for the first, maybe or second fight, but they know if we don't take this fight, we'll put ourselves over here instead. We'll make sure that we'll be in the top 3. Not only that, high chance of getting that chicken dinner, 15 points, and the kills they will come with that because we need to kill the enemies that will be there with us.
All right, massive congratulations to the teams that won the chicken dinners today. That is it from me here, Avenger and Frost, for the PMPL Spring 2022 Brazil. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We're looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye and see you then.